don't see any new faces, so I'm going to safely assume that we all know why we're here and who I am and what we're going to do. And I'll briefly touch upon one or two housekeeping points. As I said yesterday, if a fire alarm does go, then that will be for real, and we should make our way through the door to the car park, and no doubt a member of staff will help us. I'm going to keep both doors open. We'll see how that goes, just to get a bit of ventilation in, otherwise it might get quite warm. You will notice that there are lots of cables around the room for our own equipment and various laptops, etc. Can I please ask that everyone is very careful when they walk around and avoid tripping up? I can live with you breaking your neck, but please don't break our equipment. Mr. Murray would never forgive me. Today and tomorrow we have the impact on traffic inquiry session. I appreciate that the appellant and counsel will be familiar with the different types of appeal procedures, but for those less familiar, I shall just explain how things work today.
May I interrupt? Apologies for doing this, but there's a preliminary matter that I've spoken to my friend about that actually comes from yesterday. It's a clarification on a point that was raised. There was, if you like, a factual error.
Right. Well, I'll open things for procedural matters after my introduction. Thank you. So an inquiry is more formal than a hearing session. Instead of me leading a discussion, it's more like a court. The advocates for the parties will introduce a witness. They may ask the witness to clarify parts of their evidence, including any documents, in relation to matters that have occurred since the precognition was written. Usually this is in response to the other side's precognition. This is called evidence in chief. Then the advocates for the opposing parties may ask questions. This is called cross-examination. After that, I can ask questions. After I've asked questions, the advocate for the witness can ask any questions in relation to matters that occurred during the cross-examination, and that's called re-examination. After that, we move on to the next witness. The order will be the appellant first, Mr. Diamond, followed by the counsel's witness, Mr. Deans, followed by the two community council witnesses. The order for cross-examination of Mr. Diamond is the council will ask questions first, and then the community council may ask any questions that are outstanding. Can I just ask the community council, do you have an advocate as such, or how are you playing that?
Good morning, sir. I'm afraid I'm your advocate as best as I can be.
That's fine. Right. Are there any procedural points? Mr. Lech.
Just something that arose. Something that arose yesterday. You were asking about the differences between the local development plan 1, the current local development plan, and the proposed local development plan, and you were referring to the developer contributions policies and the lack of a economic viability statement in the proposed local development plan. By accident, I just realised last night that actually it is in the new policy. Just for a factual clarification, what I've realised is in the current LDP, which is PM3, you would have noticed that there is a paragraph that refers to economic viability. In Local Development Plan 2, the proposed Local Development Plan, you obviously refer to Policy 5, infrastructure contributions. And what's happened is that paragraph is now subsumed into the preceding paragraph, so it becomes a sentence in the preceding paragraph. So exactly the same reference is actually in Policy 5 of the proposed local development plan. I'll read it very quickly. In all cases, the Council will consider the economic viability of proposals alongside options of phasing or staging payments. So, as I say, in the current LDP, it's a paragraph, but what's happened is it's simply been put up as a sentence.
Thank you. I'll look at that in detail later on. Are there any other procedural points that we need to discuss?
Just two minor points. Well, hopefully minor points. They're documents which, at the back of Mr. Diamond's evidence, there was a timeline of correspondence. And what we've done with that is to provide, we haven't changed the substance of the document at all, just provide document references so that if you did want to follow the timeline through and find the document reference would be there for you, because the documents occur across various bundles. Copies of that have been provided to the Community Council and the Perth Council, and I don't understand there's any objection to that. That's really just to assist all parties in finding their way around the timeline.
Okay, is that any objection to that? No. I don't have one.
No, I'm just about to give it to you, but you won't. Hang on, make sure I give you the right one. I'm about to give you that and hopefully another document, but you won't need it for the course of today. The second document is, you will recall in the Community Council's evidence, they produced a TA from the Ganaki development, and it was just to fill out that picture. What we proposed to do, and again we've given copies to the Community Council and Perth Council of the officer's report, and to see how it dealt with that TA. It's a officer's report dated from 2017, and again I don't understand there's any objection to that. See no objection around the room, so I would hope to hand those two documents to you now.
Is that the case? No objection?
We have received both those documents, and we're quite pleased that the Ganaki one has been raised.
And the Council? Not happy? Okay, we'll accept those then.
So it may be helpful to give the report a number, and I would suggest that would be an appellant document number. I think currently the appellant's documents go up to 13, so that would be at 14. So the other one is really a substitution for what's already there.
Okay. Just to help me chair the proceedings, Mr. Finley, have you got an estimated time for your evidence in chief?
It's difficult to say, but in I'll give you a long-winded answer, I'm afraid. I wasn't proposing to have Mr. Diamond read his precognition or his report at all. What I was proposing to do was to take the additional report which you alluded to yesterday, using that as the basis, go to some of the documents that lie behind that, hopefully by way of explaining that. And then there are some other follow-up questions to deal with, particularly the Community Council's evidence. I anticipate that somewhere in the region of an hour to an hour and a half.
And your estimate of cross-examination of Mr. Deans?
At the moment, only about an hour to an hour and a half. And in respect to the Community Council, I prefer to reserve my position as to what questions I do need to ask them. It may be limited, depends on their questions to Mr. Diamond in part. But if we, for your purposes of your timetable at the moment, if you allowed an hour, that would probably be a very generous estimate.
Thank you. Mr. Lech, your estimated time for cross-examination of Mr. Diamond?
Always very difficult to say, but I would be hopeful it's about similar to what Mr. Findlay said and Mr. Deans. What I will say is I'm going through themes and going through documents, so it might take a bit of time to find the documents and go through them. That might be the problem.
And evidence in chief for Mr. Deans?
I think I do propose that he's at his precognitions, just interject some questions, but much shorter. I wouldn't anticipate half an hour.
Okay, thank you. Before we hear from the first witness, can I just remind parties to talk into the microphone? Mr. Diamond, are you au fait how the microphone works? Press it to speak. Are you comfortable? You got that? That's it?
Yes.
And then when you finished off? Brilliant. I appreciate that in the cut and thrust of cross-examination, people might turn their head to face the questioner or look at me. But if you can, move the microphone so that the voice projects into it. And for those in the audience, if you'll find difficulty hearing, if you can locate yourself next to one of the consoles, there's 4 in the audience, you'll find that will be amplifying the sound. Okay then. Ms. Finlay, perhaps you can introduce Mr. Diamond.
Thank you very much. Mr. Diamond, could you take your recognition and just by way of introducing you to the inquiry, you're Gordon Diamond, you're an Associate Director with OVE Arup and currently the lead Arup Transport Planning Group for Scotland and North East England. Is that correct? You set out details of your full CV in your inquiry report. I won't ask you to go to that. But what I would ask you to do is just very briefly indicate to the inquiry, I know you've covered it in your inquiry report, how familiar you are with, in general terms, with the traffic situation in Perth.
Thank you, sir. I have been involved in a number of projects in the Perth and surrounding area over the last 5+ years. These have included the Tesco's on the Cleef Road, where I was project manager at that time, to support the planning application for the store and also the extension. More recently, I have been involved in the major housing development at Bertha Park for Springfield Properties, who I represent in a number of sites around Scotland. A 3,000 house development plus school, plus industrial, and also, importantly, across the Link Road bisects the site. And I have also been recently involved in a number of active travel studies for TACTRAN, the Regional Transportation Partnership, including areas within Perth and also Ganachie, Bridgend and Scone. I was the project director for the active travel studies for TACTRAN for that project.
Thank you. Now, we're going to take your recognition as read. What I would like you to go to is to your supplementary report dated the 18th of June. So, and again, it strikes me that we should perhaps call this APP 15, and I think all Mr. Diamond's evidence, all the appellant's evidence has a number that would, again, for closing submissions, make reference easier. The background to the production of this is set out in, or is referred to in your material, and arises from the fact that the Council produced a sister report which appeared to be at odds with the report that formed the basis for the transport assessment.
Indeed, when we were originally scoping the transportation assessment, by council officers not to undertake new surveys at the bridge in junction, but to use the available traffic model of Perth at that time. And we used that as a basic information for our analysis, including the prediction of queues and delays at the bridge in junction, which we then used within Linsig. The council, for whatever reason, decided that the queues and delays that were being predicted by the model at that time, then decided to instruct Sistra to undertake a new use of the model, looking at a couple of scenarios, both with and without the Crossdale Link Road. But I think the original base model was a 2015 model, and then they did amendments to that model, probably to do with community developments and applying some other modelling minutiae to prepare the 2019 model. So we now have two Sistra reports, co-reports, a 2017 report and a 2019 report.
And attached to your report, hopefully, is the information that you obtain from Sistra. And I don't think we need to go to that because you've effectively translated that into your report. But in your report, you produced as Table 1 an extract from the Sistra 2017 report, and it may help the reporter just to go to that report to see where that comes from, and that's CD 6.3, which is the response to the PAF on behalf of River Tree Residential, and it was attached to the back of that document. It's the last document in that. 6.3. And I'm afraid it's not paginated, but if one goes to the last document in that, it will be electronic page 24, I'm told. So one can tell on the inside page that the second page, it should be the approval box has got two approval dates, the 16th of July and the final by the Associate Director on the 20th of July. And then if it sets out what they've done, and you might just like to cast your eye over the various format of the document, because the 2019 document is in similar basis. But if one turns on to internal page 11 of 19, if I've reached the right page, you have table 2.9. So the page numbers are the bottom right-hand corner of the document. Just waiting for Mr. Diamond to... Have you got that, Mr. Diamond?
Are you referring to the 2017?
2017.
Ah, right, to the 2019.
Yeah, no, leave the 2019 for the moment. So the 2017 Sister report.
Yeah.
Table 2.9. There are two tables produced. there are two parts to table 2, there are two tables there, 2.9 and 2.10. 2.9 gives you the average queue length, which is vehicle lengths, and 2.10 is entitled maximum queue length. Now, it transpires from Mr. Clement's email to you, which you attached to your most recent document, that title was slightly misleading in that it should have read average maximum queue length. Is that correct? Perhaps you'd like to explain to the reporter the difference between, I mean, you've set it out in your report, but it's sometimes helpful to have it explained in words as well, the difference between average maximum queue lengths and maximum queue lengths.
It's a function of microsimulation that you undertake a number of modelling runs. It could be 7, it could be more than that, and you average out the queues and delays for each of those model runs. Now, what I think SISRA have done is that for an individual model run, say for the morning peak period, they've extracted from the model with the average and the maximum queue lengths for, let's say, the morning peak or the evening peak, then over the individual model runs, then done an average of those results. So we're talking about averages of averages. It is a function of parametrics modelling. So we've got a situation here, we've got the average queue during the model peak period, and then the maximum queue for each of the approach arms. And what it shows is that the maximum queue on sequence of Rocky Grey is pretty minimal, but that is the modelled queuing results averaged over the individual model runs within the time period.
So just going back, table 2.10 should be the average, should be titled average maximum queue.
I believe that is the case.
And I think that is the start of an explanation to explain the difference that you noted between the 2019 SISTRA report and this. And Mr. Clements has confirmed that should be the case in his email, is that correct?
Yes, these should be the average maximum queues.
And just to help the report a little bit more, you talked about a different number of runs, and because I think it will come up again. How does each run, without going into technical detail, what are you doing when you carry out a run, and why would you get different results for the same period with the same basic inputs into the model?
Basically, they used random number generators to actually give a little perturbation, a little change to the input parameters to allow the model to actually have a different set of starting points, for instance. And then, unlike other models, when you have what they call convergence, you don't have that in max simulation. You have a number of individual runs, but a basic, different seed starting point. And then you have your individual model runs, so 9, say, model runs. Then you can't just take an individual model run set of results, you average them out. So you have the averages and the maximum average, maximum queues and the average queues. So there's a plethora of statistics you can actually extract from the model runs. The important point is that you just don't look at a single model run. You have to look at 7 or 9, however many model runs they decide to use, and average out for the morning peak. So as I say, they use statistical random number generators normally to start the model at a different position each time. There's other modelling. You use what they call convergence theory. So you look at average costs and take those average costs and into the next model run. You don't do that here. You just use a different random number generator to start as a new seed.
For your purposes of trying to assess impact on the junction, what's your advice to the reporters whether you should have regard to the average maximum produced, say, in the over the 9 runs, or the absolute maximum, if I can call it that?
You look at the average maximum because that's the statistic normally used in max simulation.
So that's the derivation of Table 1 on this report. And just by way of background, I want to take you next to the chapter in the ES which deals with transport, which is chapter 9. So hopefully I think that's in the big volume in front of you.
Do I need to go there?
Yes, I think it may be helpful. Again, I'll try and give you the core document number. It's core document 2.1. And chapter 9, apologies, I should have had the electronic numbering out. It's 2.1 F. Partially follows from your questions yesterday. Uh, 2.1. Oh, right. Mine may be. Certainly in my, Craig, do you have 2.2F in hard copy? Is it? It should be. There are two documents, I'm afraid. There's the Chapter 9, which is electronic page 204 out of 285, and then there'll be the transport assessment. Yeah. I can deal with Chapter 9 briefly just by giving you the references. There's nothing specific in there, but if you keep the transport assessment open, that would be helpful. Just looking at the transport assessment, it sets out as, sorry, the Chapter 9, my apologies. This was prepared by ARIPS, and indeed you're presumably overseen by yourself, Mr. Diamond, is that correct?
I am project director for this project, yes.
Then it sets out the methodology used, and which is all, I think, will be very familiar. But in the light of the reporter's questions yesterday, in terms of assessing significance, it deals with that in on internal page 913, impact criteria summary, and then a series of tables, 9.6 and 9.7, it sets out magnitude criteria, receptor sensitivity, and then a significance of impact matrix. And that, now, I don't understand any of that being criticised by the council, but in light of the necessary findings on significance of impact, that's where the matrix is. So that's tables 9.6 and 9.7 on internal pages 914 and 915. One turns forward into the ES and in Chapter 9, and it does what most ESs do, looks at the construction phase, which we're not primarily concerned with, and then the operation phase. And the potential impacts during operation are dealt with at 9.8.3 on internal page 924. And there's a table following at 914, and in essence the results, particularly for driver delay, we are then referred to the transport assessment.
Correct.
And just to pick up the final reference in this document, at 9.10.3, there are proposed additional mitigation measures during operation. I don't think there's anything particularly contentious in that issue, but that sets out how that sets out the background for then consideration of the transport assessment. So if you could then turn to the transport assessment, which I believe you have open. Again, running through that briefly, on page 1 of the internal page 1 of the document, so that's after the contents page, it sets out the background, and at the last paragraph there it refers to a scoping exercise having been undertaken and agreed. Now, I'm not going to be asking you about the detail of that. Council may do so if they wish to, but that's your position. It then sets out the development proposal with the phasing in section 2. Section 3, beginning at page 6, deals with national local transport policies. Again, there's nothing in that one needs to look at. Section 4 deals with site accessibility in the local transport network, and Section 5 deals with the travel plan framework. It's the traffic impact assessment at Section 6, beginning on page 16, that is the meat of the document as far as this inquiry is concerned. At 6.1 in the second paragraph, you make it clear that you're using the 2015 Perth-based Paramix model. And is that the sister document that we've just been looking at?
That's correct, sir. During scoping discussions, the Council were quite robust in their argument that the 2015 Perth-based Paramix model should be used to assess network implications of this development. And
just turning around that, I'm not, again, others may be interested, but for my purposes with you, I'm not particularly interested in how that came about. But have you any reason to consider that the Perth-based Paramix model is not robust?
I believe the Perth-based Paramix model is very robust. It's been used to inform the local development plan. It's been used to assess network implications of other developments in the area, including the Bertha Park development that I was heavily involved in. It has been used for a number of projects, both within Perth Council and also for developers. So I have absolutely no reasons to suggest that this model is not totally robust.
Then if we go down that page, you get to a table 6.1, which is development-related person trips. And again, because this may become relevant later in the cross-examination of Mr. Deans, can you tell the reporter what this table is telling the reader, and what, if any, impact it has on the TIA itself?
Over recent years, there's been a move within the transportation industry to look at non-car-based modes of transport. Traditionally, we've looked at trip rates, vehicular trip rates, but there's quite rightly a move to look at person trip rates. The database for person trip rates is not brilliant around the country, so recourse is made to census information. And the 2011 census information gave us details of the travel to work statistics in the postcode sector PH27 within which this development is located. So we used the information from the census, collected obviously by the government, to inform the current, or in 2011, travel patterns for travel to work. It has no relation whatsoever in working out vehicle trip rates. It's purely a person trip rate assessment to inform the discussions.
If we then go further down that page, you get to Table 2, which is the residential generated trip rates. And that, just to that they, as the document says itself, they came from a TRICS database, which the reporter will no doubt be familiar, at least in concept with. And had the TRICS database that you'd used been supplied to the council previously as part of the scoping exercise?
Indeed, that's correct, sir. As part of the scoping discussions, details of the source of those trip rates from TRICS was provided to the council, and they accepted that those trip rates were acceptable for this instance.
And as I understand it, there's no dispute as to those now, and they were indeed the same or very similar trip rates used in the council's own 2019 study.
Again, I believe that is the case.
If we turn over the page, we'll see a heading existing development, and this is a point particularly raised by the Community Council. Again, if I can try and introduce it, it had been agreed after some discussion with the Council that the assessment should be made on the net difference between hospital usage and other usage. Now that, I think, as Council have accepted, was a mistake, but historically this is the basis of this part of the document. Is that correct?
Indeed, that is correct, sir. If we hadn't discounted and the hospital was still operational at the time the Paramix model was built, we could be accused of double counting. So we put forward the premise to the council that we remove the proxy for the trips associated with the hospital if it had been operating and look at the net change rather than the total number.
As I understand it, just so there's no doubt about this, actually in 2015 when the Paramix base was set up, the hospital wasn't operating, so that traffic wasn't in the Paramix system. So you accept that the netting shouldn't occur.
I believe that is the case, but I would also say that the number of trips associated with the hospital from TRICS, which again was agreed with the council, it's not significant. These are small numbers associated with the hospital. It was not a big traffic generator at the time, therefore the change in trips is not significant.
In order to understand the net difference, we need to understand what was subtracted. We can see that in table 6.3, and we can see in table 6.4 the trips that were taken into account in this survey. Is that correct?
In this transport assessment, yes, that is correct. I would point out that there's a negative number of -10 around removed trips, which can be done as well. We made it neutral as 0, so there's no net change there. There's nothing.
I want to just look at two particular issues here. One issue raised by parties with perhaps increasing prominence is queuing in Lochie Bray in the morning. I say in the morning because most people will be expected to leave the development in the morning and come back in the evening, so the queues in Lochie Bray as affected by this development are likely to occur in the morning. And if we look at table 6.4, it has AM peak hour departures that were assessed at 50. Now, if you go back over the page to 6.2, we can see the number of generated trips, if there had been no netting, would have been 53. Is that difference between 50 and 53 in assessing the trips on Lochie Bray in the morning of any significance at all?
None whatsoever, sir.
Thank you. If you look at peak, and partially that's explained because most people are going to the hospital in the morning and leaving it in the evening, which would be the opposite of a residential development. And certainly that's what the table 6.3 shows. If you look at arrivals, the other issue is in terms of the departures in the PM peak hour for the table 6.2, so I'm not just take into account, there are actually 27 departures for the PM peak hour in table 6.2, but only this assessment only generated was only generated with respect to 2 departures at that time. So there's a difference there of 25 vehicles over the hour period. So that's 1 vehicle every 2 and a bit minutes. Again, what's your advice to the reporters to the significance of that?
I don't think there's any significance at all. We're not talking large numbers here, either with the hospital development, if it was still operational, or with the residential. We're not talking a major housing development here. There's not the 3,000 plus houses that we're dealing with at Bertha Park. This is a much smaller development. And obviously, as Planning Council says, the flows in the peak periods between the hospital and a residential development are counter. They're not in aggregate, they are counter.
So that would you have, in terms of the impact on queuing on Lochie Bray, if Sistra had been asked to leave out of account the existing development and just had regard to table 6.2, would you have expected any significant difference in the figures?
Definitely not, sir. These are not big numbers. I mean, divide them over the course of an hour. It is not a significant change in the number of trips that would be associated with the development.
And just to keep this point in mind, when the 2019 Sistra survey was done for the council and the updated figures given to you, was that done on the there was no netting in that assessment as far as I'm aware?
In the 2019 analysis, as far as I'm aware, there was no netting done there.
Well, we can look at the comparison between the two in a moment. So that's tables 6.2 to 6.4. The traffic impact is assessed on the next page, that's internal page 18, from 6.3 onwards. And first of all, there's consideration given to the 2 site access junctions, which are not the focus of attention today. The focus of attention is Bridge End Junction, which you deal with at 6.3.4.
That's correct, sir.
And you've used a program called LINSIG for that. Now, would the Sistra model have given you queues at that junction in any event?
Yes, the Sistra model would have given us queues and operation performance, and they are reported on in the reports. What LINSIG does is it's a very advanced package which actually looks at the detailed operation of traffic signalised junctions, either in isolation or as part of a network. And it's so detailed that local authorities actually use the signal timings that LINSIG predicts and put them directly into traffic signal control.
So, my apologies. In essence, that answers my next question. Why did you not just rely on the Sistra queue lengths and apply LINSIG?
I think LINSIG is a far more detailed operational package and is used as the industry standard. It's not a private sector standard. It's the industry standard for both public and private sectors.
Then if we go down to table 6.7, just concentrating first on AM peak, we see the base approach there given, and we can see the mean max queues. And those are in terms of numbers of vehicles, is that correct?
That is correct, sir. What we have to be aware is that different packages have different statistics and outputs, and for traffic signal control, we deal with 2 statistics, the mean max queue, and also, importantly, what they call the degree of saturation. The degree of saturation is a statistic based on the relationship between demand and capacity of the junction approach, or a lane approach, depending on how you code it. And based on work done by Transport Research Laboratory, TRL, in the past, it's generally considered that a degree of saturation of less than 90% indicates an approach arm operating within capacity, and over 90% operating beyond capacity.
And this is, table 6.7 gives the operation without the development, and one can see the percentages there only get as high as 71%. And if one looks at Lochie Bray ahead for the PM morning queue, which is again the focus of attention, one sees the mean max queue, and again one sees that you're here using the mean max queue, not the max queue, is 3.5. If one goes over the page to table 6.8 and looks at these comparable figures with the development in place, in fact let's look at table 6.9 with it 2020. The mean max in terms of the AM peak hour, the only change is for Lochie Bray, where the mean max Q has gone up from 3.5 to 4.2.
That is correct, sir. That's indicative of the fact that there is minimal additional trips on that approach arm associated with development. I would also say it's a mean max Q, so that potentially could be exceeded 50% of the time, or could be less than that 50% of the time.
And one again sees the degree of saturation percentage has also increased as you would expect, but it's still below 50%.
Indeed, sir.
Then if we go back and look at the PM peak in table 6.7, just noting the degrees of saturation and the mean max Qs there, and compare that with table 6.9, one sees that there are differences in a number of arms, because this is reflecting traffic coming back into the development. But the saturation figure, one can see has increased. I think the biggest increase is in West Bridge Street. It's gone up from 71% to 76.6%.
Indeed, sir.
Again, is there any? Was it those? No, first of all, sorry. Let me rephrase the question. Has there been any criticism of your application, professional criticism, and I don't mean disrespect to the Community Council in this respect, by the Council or Sistra, who carried out a review of this document, as to your application of Lindsay?
There has been no criticism at all from the Council. Indeed, there is correspondence in the official notification of the Transportation Team's response on the plan application to the Planning Department, saying that the TA has been fully audited, both by Sistra and themselves, and there's been no criticism of the analytical work that we've undertaken.
And secondly, does this show any significant impact on the Bringe End junction?
No, it doesn't show any adverse impact. The junction is predicted to operate within capacity over the model time periods during both either the morning and evening peak.
So we can put the transport assessment away for the moment and come back to your most recent report, APP 15. And we've dealt with Table 1, and we've seen how that fed through to the transport assessment. Table 2 is entitled 2018 Traffic Surveys Queue Length 2018 PKC Survey. And so to find that, you need to go to PKC document number 3. Which is maybe difficult to follow on a screen the size that you have, but hopefully the first page has a diagram at the top with a diagrammatic analysis of the bridge end junction with the various arrows pointing, denoting directions of traffic.
Presumably those relate to the lanes.
Yes, so that 1A, if one's looking at East Bridge Street, 1A would be the left-hand lane and would be traffic.
I think you're nearly right, sir. I think it's by movement. Like if you look at A93 Main Street, there are 3 directional arrows. There are not 3 lanes, there are 2 lanes there. So it is a directional arrow. Too many, as it were, if it's to lanes.
So although the directional arrows all point straight on, to take the Main Street, 1J should have a kink to the right and 1G should have a kink to the left in the direction of the arrow.
I would say that's the case, yes.
Just there were 2 days of surveys carried out. One, the Saturday, was discounted because there was, I think, a vintage car rally in Perth or something else going on. So it's the Thursday, the 19th of April, that one needs to have regard to. And if one looks at the Lockheed Bray queues, which, looking down in the spreadsheet that follows, one has the queue lengths, and sorry, not queue lengths. Are the figures here length of queues as in meters?
Yes, these are not vehicle numbers. These are the length that a vehicle or combination of vehicles would occupy in terms of road space. What we tend to do in transport planning, if you've got a distance identified, divide that by 6. That's the average distance a PCU would take, a passenger car unit would take of road space. So any number here to get a vehicle equivalent, divide by 6.
I think PKC have used round numbers of tens, but one can use your division and get a broad picture of what's happening. And if one goes down to the hours of 1B is the straight ahead queue, and if one goes down to after 9 o'clock, for instance, or 9 o'clock, one sees a queue length of recorded at Lockheed Bray straight ahead of 300 metres, which would, on a 6-vehicle average length, be 50 vehicles. How realistic or otherwise do you consider that to be, given your experience of Lockheed Bray?
I think queue lines in Lockheed Bray of that magnitude, I honestly don't believe. I've never seen that happen. None of the survey work that we've undertaken has shown that. None of the modelling work has shown that. A queue of that magnitude would be quite extensive. All I could think is that there's something happened that day that caused that level of queuing. But I would say that is fairly typical based on the work that's been done, including a survey that I was involved in a few weeks ago. There was no queuing of that magnitude identified.
Now, I'll come to your survey in a moment, but Perth, without giving evidence here, but has a certain rush hour period. But at 9 o'clock, from 9 o'clock onwards, in your experience, has that rush hour started to diminish?
I think what seems to be happening at this junction, there's a very, what I would call a peaky peak. There is a very intense period, presumably people going to work or dropping children off at school. And as soon as those activities are finished, the level of queuing, preceded by the level of demand, drops significantly at the bridge end junction.
And again, this shows that bridge end junction.
seems totally atypical. I think if that level of queuing was observed at Lochie Bay, then I think the council would be getting involved to find out why that was the case, because 50 metres up Lochie Bay is quite a distance. Sorry, 500 metres up Lochie Bay is quite a distance. You would not expect that to be a typical situation at Lochie Bay, so that it could be to do with the weather, it could be to do with an incident, it could be a multitude of events, but 500 metre queue on Lochie Bay seems, I can't imagine where that would actually extend back to, but it could be up to the hospital.
So am I, just to get this right, you're not suggesting it didn't happen, it's just not, it's not typical?
I think it may have happened. I've no prior knowledge about what happened on that particular day, but I'd say strongly it is atypical. That is not a common event, a queue of...
Because there were photographs with the report. There were photographs with the report showing it right back to the junction.
So it would be an atypical event because the modelling work and other surveys that have been done in the area have not shown that level of queuing. And if you look at what's been going on in the last few weeks at Lochie Bay, there's not that level of queuing there at all.
So you mentioned your own assessment. Perhaps you could turn to APP-12, please. Your assessment work is at APP-12 and APP-13. APP-12 is a series of aerial shots with figures superimposed on them. Right. My glamorous assistant will hopefully provide you with one. It's in our appellant's documents. Appellant's appeal documents. It's the file when I had it in. Yeah, that's the one. I just removed it. Yeah. Yeah, right up there. Just give them that. Give them the whole document, because you might need the next one too. If you just give them the whole file. Now, again, if I can lead you, what I understand this is a the top of the page is your traffic survey data taken from your observations over 2 days. And so if one looks at Lochie Bray, these are again not...
Sorry, Mr. Finney, the top ones, that's, on my version, it's entitled the PKC Travel Survey.
I'm very grateful. So perhaps you could... I may have misunderstood this, Mr. Diamond. Perhaps I should ask, instead of leaving you, I'll ask you to explain what this is meant to be showing.
I'm afraid that the copy in here is not the correct version. There's a corrected version.
So what's incorrect about this version?
There's a turning movement which doesn't actually exist, shown on the plan. Okay. Yeah. On those 2 days, we looked at, myself and my team and looked at the length of the queues on each of the approach arms by 15-minute time period, just to gather, not the turning movements in terms of the quantum, but just how long the queues actually extended back to. So we recorded the queue lengths every 15-minute period during the morning and evening peak on all 4 approaches to the junction. And it basically showed that there is an issue, except on the right turn from the Schoon end, the A93, going right across the bridge. But based on the information that we have supplied to Sistra and the modelling work Sistra have done, there's actually no queues or vehicles associated with the development on that approach arm to the junction. All the traffic from the development comes down Lochie Bray. On Lochie Bray, we saw minimal levels of queue. Yeah. Okay.
The point is that there is a problem. Vehicles coming from the Schoon direction wanting to turn right.
Yeah.
But the development will not contribute to that problem in the morning.
That's correct. There is a queue, a very short period queue. Again, this idea of the concertina, very peaky peak on the right turn as traffic waits to do the right turn movement across the bridge. But there is no development traffic associated with the Murray development on that approach arm. That's an existing situation which will not be added to by this development at all. We also noticed in morning peak minimal levels of queuing on Lochie Bray, to be honest, and minimal levels of queuing from the A85, the Dundee end. In the evening peak, there was minimal queuing again on Lochie Bray and also on the A93 approach, but there was an existing queue coming from the bridge, West Bridge Street, going left and straight ahead. And there was also, which surprised me a little, queuing from the Dundee end in the evening peak, quite a long queue. But based on speaking to people who asked us what we were doing, they thought that was also atypical and was due to roadworks on the western side of the river associated with Athol Street, I think it was, causing reassignment of traffic.
You provided 2 days of observations here, and in terms of Lochie Bray, was there any significant difference over the 2 days?
On Lochie Bray, there was no significant difference in the level of queuing. There was fairly consistent queuing over the 2 days on the approach arm, so I think it was fairly typical of travel conditions.
And just in terms of just concentrating on the AM peak period, what were I think this is showing the maximum queue lengths. What were the maximum queue lengths at Lochie Bray? Microphone.
On Lochie Bray is often called East Bridge Street, so by the looks of it, the number of PCUs in the evening peak, the maximum number on the first day was around about 10 PCUs, and on the second day, a similar number.
Thank you.
And what's a PCU?
Passenger car unit. So remember I mentioned about the 6. Officially it's 5.75, but we all round up to 6. So 6 is equivalent passenger car unit.
Grateful. So if we could put, I don't need to take you further to that. If you put that away and come back to your, that's the comparison with the council survey. Come back to your report APP 15 and then turn to table 3 where you've entitled it...
Sorry, Mr. Finlay, just a loose end cropped up there. You took Mr. Diamond to AP 12, and he said that wasn't the correct version. Does that mean I've got an incorrect version?
It may do, sir. What I was proposing to do, with your leave, was to ask Mr. Diamond about that during the adjournment, which is coming up, so that which will be before the end of this, or before he starts being cross-examined, to ensure that you have the correct version.
Let's carry on then.
So if we turn to Table 3, which is the maximum queue length from Sistra June 2019 email, and that is extracted from the email itself. I don't think we need to go to the email, but what I think may assist the reporter is to go to the 2019 Sistra document. The first, so that's which is PKC1. And this is a Sistra report generated by Perth on behalf of Perth Council. One can see the final version was produced in April of 2019, and it sets out in the introduction what it is seeking to do, and it's in very similar format to the 2017 Sistra report. The first point I'm going to ask you about is that at 2.2, just ask you to confirm, it says here that ARAPS provided the development-related trips for the AM and PM peak periods. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And were they not necessarily identical, but of equivalent to those that were used in the 2017 report?
Yeah, they'd be the same.
It then gives a number of tables of showing how the trip generation works out, which is, I think, almost identical to the 2017 report, and then gives but in figure 2.2, which follows paragraph 2.3.4, journey time summaries, and it's giving journey times for Lochie Bray, but in graphic form, which is dissimilar from the earlier report. And if one goes over 2 pages to figure 2.6, it gives Lochie Bray queue length comparisons, again in graphic form, which is dissimilar from the earlier report.
That's correct. I wasn't sure why Sistra had provided information in a different format.
We don't need to go into that's what they've done.
Yes.
As you pointed out in your report, there was a significant difference between, if one concentrates on table 2.6, the Lochie Bray queue length comparison AM and PM from the 2019 study and the 2017 study.
That's correct, sir.
Now, I think Sistra have confirmed to you that the same base study or model was used. Is that correct?
That was correct, sir, yes.
And this is all set out in your report that there've been no network changes between 2015 and 2019.
That's correct, sir.
And that they hadn't revised any input modelling parameters for the modelling.
I believe that was the case, yes.
So you're looking at a like-for-like comparison,
yes,
subject to one issue, I think, is that committed development would have... let me start that again. Does the model include committed developments as far as you're aware?
I believe it does, yes, and that's based on information that Sistra provided.
And so, obviously, the global picture as to committed developments may have changed from 2017 to 2019.
Correct, sir.
If one looks at table 2.6, it shows for instance, in a AM peak up to a 300-metre queue on Lochie Bray. Now, I come back to the nomenclature that we started off at the outset. Is that an average maximum or a maximum?
That is a maximum, average maximum, yes. That's the average maximum, yes.
In the 2019 SISTRA report, so that's the, if one looks at your table 3 on your own report,
Yeah.
you've got, which comes from the 2019 SISTRA email. Are those figures average maximum or maximums?
The title they gave us originally was called maximum queue length, but I suspect that's actually the average maximum.
I think that's what they've said to you, because you say below that in your APP 15, the queue lengths given in the SISTRA email were average maximum queue lengths.
Yes.
They are clearly much shorter. If one looks at Lochie Bray in Table 3, AM peak, it has 8 vehicles, which would be, using your mathematics or your figures and my mathematics, is about 50 metres.
About that, yes, sir.
And so a lot less than the 300 metres shown as the maximum queue on Lochie Bray in figure 2.6.
Correct, sir.
And if you so is the figure in 2.6, is that showing average maximum or the absolute maximum?
That's a good question. It's something I'd quite like SISTRA or Mr. Deans to actually to respond to, but I think it's probably the average maximum.
So you've got, so in terms of the reporter's report, the information that comes from SISTRA in their email to you, I'm not sure it is dated, but which you've attached to your report, which shows maximum queue lengths of 8 and 13 for AM and PM for Lochie Bray 2019. Are they, which figures do you consider the reporter should have regard to?
I think the figures shown in Table 3 are the ones that you should be looking at, sir.
And why is that?
I think these are the average maximum queue lengths that have been derived for the latest SISTRA work that's been done, and I think unless there's some error with them, I think these are the ones that we should stick with in terms of queue lengths.
And then just, if one compares the average maximum, so Table 1 and Table 3 should be average maximum queue lengths. If you compare Tables 1 and Table 3, the numbers, one can see they're different. In Lochie Bray in the AM morning, there's 5 under the base. 2019 in Table 3 it's 8, and then there's actually an increase in the evening. But are the differences between those figures, in your view, exceptional or something that called for explanation?
No, these are not exceptional. These are changes. There could be 2 reasons for the changes. We're dealing with it's different assessment year, and also because it's modelling, you would get different results every time you undertook your modelling exercise. It won't be significant. It's what they call modelling noise. It's just the changes in the model if you run it again. Because they use random numbers, you're never going to get the same answer. And Mr. Clance does actually say that in his email, but maybe marginally different from those reported in the April 2019 work.
So if you compare Tables 1 and Table 3 with Table 2, what does that suggest to you about the Council's observations on that single day in 2018?
They look atypical. They're significantly worse than what the modelling exercise that was undertaken by the Council's advisors using the Council's own panoramics model.
So just want to sum that up. In terms of the 2 problems or main problems have been identified. In terms of the queuing on Lochie Bray, in your view, is that a significant issue?
Not at all. Not at all.
And in terms of the numbers of vehicles going through the Bridge End junction, is that a significant issue on the operation of that junction?
I don't believe so, for 2 reasons. One, there's not a lot of development of trips going through that junction, and 2, I think potentially the junction could operate more efficiently with some tweaks.
And then finally, on this aspect, can you take I don't know whether you've got a copy of it, the report into the Ganaki application. Do you have a copy of that?
Potentially, yes.
If not, I can. It's paragraphs 90. I'm having a copy given to you which is unmarked, and even the tab taken off. It's paragraphs 95 to 97 which deal with the traffic assessment.
Yep.
Take as read the background TA on which no doubt that report is based. One sees in paragraph 97 that the council, I think they've carried out, they've undertaken some mathematics to get some percentage impacts on the junction.
That's correct, sir. They've looked at the extra traffic that would be generated by the development at Ganaki on the overall junction and got 0.62%.
And as at 2019, so in the SISTRA exercise in 2019, which you've recorded in Table 3, what's your understanding as whether Lochie Bray would have been included as a committed development in the SISTRA model?
Lochie Bray included?
Sorry, Ganaki being included.
It should have been included, yes.
Have you
sorry, the Ganaki development would have been included in the latest SISTRA?
I think it should have been because it had plan consent at that time.
I don't think that's a vital point, but that's your understanding. But have you carried out a similar calculation for the impact of this proposal on that junction?
I have indeed, sir, and given the nature of the development and also the turning movements at the junction, it is of a similar quantum. It is it's less than 4%. I don't have them to hand, I'm afraid. I worked them out last night, and it's not significant. It's quite an unusual thing what the Ganaki development have done, but it's been accepted by the council as robust. So I did a similar thing, and it is not a significant increase in traffic.
That reminds me to come back to the difference to your APP 15 again. Looking at the difference between Table 1 and Table 3, so if there's any doubt about whether net traffic was used, Table 3 is not discounting any traffic from prior hospital use, is it?
Correct, sir.
And does that show any problem?
No, it does not, sir.
We can put those away and take up, and I think we can deal with them reasonably swiftly now, the Community Council's evidence. Shall we have someone? And if we start with Mr. Beattie's precognition. He makes a number of comments on the first page of his precognition. But he on the second page, he sets out what he considers are 4 important errors or false assumptions. The first assumption is the deduction of phantom traffic associated with the old hospital. And Mr. Diamond, you've given your evidence in respect to that, so I'm not going to ask you to deal with that further. If there are any questions on that, the Council can ask you about that. The second one is failure to include traffic growth from 2015 to 2019. Perhaps you could respond briefly to that criticism.
During scoping discussions, we had detailed correspondence and during the meeting about whether or not we should include traffic growth within our analysis, and we were said not to include traffic growth. It may be because I believe that the traffic volumes at that junction and on the approach links have been fairly stable over the last few years, so there's no historic growth pattern identified. It's not to say the junction is congested, it's just that there's been stability in traffic flows. So typically in that look forward, it was advised by the Council, don't apply any growth.
But in terms of the impact of committed developments, would they be included within the model in any event?
They would indeed, yes. Traffic growth, as provided by the Plan for Transport, includes what we call a trip-end forecast, which is associated with new developments in an area.
And lastly on that point, was any different approach taken to the Council's 2019 SISTRA report, as far as you were aware?
I'm not aware of them actually applying any growth between 2017, what they originally did, and 2019, what we did.
Thank you. That's point number 2. Point number 3 is they failed to include traffic generated by new approved or proposed developments that could influence the traffic flow at Bridgend Junction. I think to an extent you've just answered that, but what's your position as to whether such approved developments are, or committed developments, were taken into account in the model?
Again, during scoping discussions, we asked directly, are there any committed developments we should include? And we were advised, no, they're not, because they are included in the model.
Number 4 was a criticism that you've treated Bridgend Junction in isolation. It says, albeit with PKC's approval. Firstly, is that a fair criticism that your assessment treats Bridgend Junction in isolation?
I don't think that's a fair criticism at all. The Ganachie development, for instance, only had to look at the Bridgend Junction in isolation. The Council were just treating us fairly and equally with the Ganachie development. The other point I would make is that it was discussed during scoping discussions, should any of what junctions should be assessed within the appraisal, and the Council said the two site access junctions and the Bridgend Junction are the only junctions they were interested in terms of the quantitative assessment to be undertaken.
That may be the Council's view, as I think the reporter made clear yesterday. He's got to decide this for himself. But
yeah.
Is that approach by the Council a sensible approach in your view or not? Or should you be looking at other junctions?
I think no, I don't think we should look at other junctions because there are guidance provided by the IHT, Institute of Highways and Transportation, about what junctions should be looked at within TAs, and they have identified thresholds. The premise is that the further away a development is from a junction, the lower the percentage impact. And we've already suggested, I've actually got the numbers you were looking for, sir, a moment ago. At the junction, in the morning peak, development trips is only 2.9%, and in the evening peak, 3.8%. So thereby, if you go further away from Bridgend, percentage impact will be even less. And as I say, there's a 5% threshold within the IHT, so therefore further remote junctions do not cross that threshold.
And just to see whether those figures are conservative or not, have you modelled all traffic using Lochie Bray?
Yes. I think that is the case. The analysis undertaken with SISTRA would use a traffic assignment model, but given that most of the developments, the trip ends, are within Perth, I think it's highly likely that all trips associated with development would come down Lochie Bray.
And I think this then There is then criticism, still under point 4 by Mr. Beattie, where he develops the criticism of looking at the junctions in isolation. Does the Sistra model look at the junction in isolation?
That's a good question, sir. The Panoramics model that was used, I think, is just looking at our local area network. It wasn't actually running the full Perth model. That would take a long time to do. It's just a sub-area model looking at our junction, or basically the area to the east of the River Tay, and did not look at anything to the west of the River Tay.
So it's looked at the area to the east of the River Tay,
yes,
but not the area to the west of the River Tay.
Not as far as I'm aware.
And again, in your view, is that a sensible approach?
Indeed, I think it was sensible, yes.
Why is that?
Because a number of reasons. One, it would take a long time to run the model, especially if you run it 7 times for each individual model. I'm not sure if you remember what I was referring to a while back. And also the percentage impact or the contribution of development trips over the wider network would be de minimis. There'd be no point in actually looking at further away junctions within the assessment, given that the level of trips associated with development in aggregate is so small anyway. And Garnachy didn't have to look at that either. It would just be an inefficient use of time and money, to be honest, to look at the wider spatial context, especially as the contribution is so small. And also given that the junction, as we are arguing, does operate within capacity.
Now, moving on to, I think it's a related point, but both Mr. Rivet and Mr. Beattie have criticised either directly or indirectly your use of the Linsig model and suggested that does not, and I think the Council have too, provide a sufficiently dynamic picture of what may be happening at the junction, because it doesn't take into account what's happening at junctions upstream or downstream. Perhaps you, again, would you like to respond to that criticism and the various recognitions?
Yeah, I think a couple of points. Firstly, we did agree the scope with the Council, but I also contacted JCT and asked if using Linsig, JCT are the company who actually own and maintain it, like Sistra own and maintain Panoramics, JCT own and maintain Linsig, and they said that, yeah, this model, Linsig, is totally appropriate for looking at standalone junctions. The other point we make is that Linsig started off as being a single junction assessment tool. It was only fairly recently, over the last few years, that it became a network-based assessment tool. But speaking to JCT, that they have said categorically, yes, Linsig is an appropriate assessment tool for the standalone junction.
And in terms of the options within the Linsig model, does it provide options for dealing with saturation flow in terms of how you can set the Linsig model?
Indeed it does. There historically, practitioners have used something called RR67, again from the Transport Research Laboratory, which is the way of working out saturation flows on approach lanes based on dynamics such as lane width, if it's a near side curve, near side lane or an offside lane, what the weather is, the slope of the approach, or you could actually model it on site and go out and actually record it. We are moving away from doing that because it involves people actually standing by the roadside and measuring the maximum rate of discharge from the queue, and there are health and safety issues there as well. So the historic approach has been to use what they say is RR67, and that's what we use in this instance. And Linsig actually works out itself because it is a very intelligent package, which is why I said a wee while ago that local authorities use the outputs from Linsig and take it directly and plug it into the controllers for Travis and control junctions.
I think, and again, this may be an issue that the Community Council have raised. Linsig has various options of geometrically calculated flows, directly entered or unconstrained flows.
Yeah.
And perhaps you could explain, first of all, taking it reasonably slowly, explain those three different options and what you've used in this case to the reporting?
As I say, Linsig is a very, very complicated and robust assessment tool, and you can have lots of different input parameters, or you can ask Linsig to work out itself. It depends on the practitioner. With all modelers, it's a feast, it's a recipe. You can put in information, or it has the information automatically to hand. You could override it. One of which is the egress lanes. You could put in, if you wanted a saturation flow for an egress lane from a junction, that is leaving a junction. But the Linsig package is quite clear. We recommend you don't do that. We did do it on one of the approach arms because it was constrained. It was very narrow and it was going uphill, i.e. Lockheed Bray. But Linsig itself says we recommend you don't put any sat flow there, just make it unconstrained. But we took the decision to be a constraint there.
Now, it may be suggested that then fails to take into account of other junctions where there may be constraints upstream or downstream. What would your response to that be?
I think I understand that BridgeEnd's part of what they call SCOOT system, but I don't know how. SCOOT basically is a way of making junctions operate more efficiently. They could either talk to each other through telematics, or they could have what they call looking at the offsets, which is basically focused on the distance between junctions. So when a vehicle leaves one junction, it takes X distance to get to the next junction. To allow the green wave, you work out how long that's going to take. That's called the offset optimization. But in the case of the BridgeEnd junction, given during discussions with the council, we just said look at BridgeEnd in isolation. It meant to me that they did not see the connectivity between the individual junctions on that network as being overly important to the council. Therefore, just look at it as a separate standalone junction. You can have SCOOT, or you can have a really advanced telematics, and I do not believe that that level of telematics is included within the network that incorporates both the BridgeEnd junction and the junctions to the west.
Right, if we take Mr. Rivett's recognition now, I think we've covered a number of the points, but let me just Mr. Rivett, I think, uses or makes use of Google Maps data, and without giving us a well, first of all, is that an appropriate or helpful data to use, and does it show queues?
I would never use Google Maps in any work I would do. It's not an approach I think is commonly used in industry standards, and also the information that from the screenshots is not clear. There's no colour coordination or coding what a queue looks like. As I say in my response, it's not clear what speed traffic has to be moving at to be designated by each colour as whether or not it's congested or travelling too slowly. There's no further information to actually derive concrete assumptions just looking at Google Maps.
And does the queue lengths that you are predicting, is that stationary vehicles? And how does that contrast with vehicles that may be moving but moving more slowly than in an unconstrained environment?
We deal with stationary vehicles. I don't know what Google Maps, how they define a queue as being stationary or a moving queue. You could have both. I think what we see, particularly during the morning peak on the 8 to 5 approach, is a combination of both stationary and moving queues. Stationary queues are those queues that are at a stop line going back, which are not moving until the next green period is available to them. But then you do have queues forming which are moving as they approach the stationary queue limit. And I don't know what Google Maps' definitions of stationary or moving queue is, but we deal with stationary queues.
And just so that try and to an extent focus the difference between you and the Community Council, I think you've already accepted that on your counts that there is a problem with traffic coming from the Scone direction wanting to turn right in the mornings.
Yeah, I accept there is a right turn issue there, but it is very peaky but there is a stationary queue, but also a moving queue. But our observations is that generally that the traffic is able to make its movement within one, potentially two cycles of the network. But again, I would reiterate, there's absolutely no development-related trips on that approach arm during the morning peak period, so it would not contribute to that level of queuing.
I'm just conscious it's 11:05. When would be an appropriate moment to... Let's carry on.
I think we could put Mr. Rivet's recognition away. Those are the 2 points I wanted to take from that. There's also a Community Council statement, and I just want to check the comments in that. Yes, in section, it's entitled Witness Statement from Bridgend, Ganachie and Canal Community Council. One goes to page 4 of 15. There's section 2 of that, which is entitled Whether the Assessment and the Submitted Transport Assessment is Appropriate. I think it's a point picked up already, but if one goes to paragraph A, first bullet point, third arrow, says the area around Murray Royal Hospital site suffers poor road infrastructure and refers to 3 routes, Lochie Bray, Bowswell Road, Mance Road, and via the Ganachie Estate. These routes. First 3 are constrained to single lanes at one point or another. Again, just to confirm to the reporter, in terms of assignation of traffic in your assessment, where has that been assigned to?
My understanding is that the travelling model assigned traffic, all traffic down the road to Bridgend. There are options for other routes to be taken, but as far as my understanding is that the traffic model has assigned all trips going down Lochie Bray.
And is that a worst-case basis or
yes,
not?
It would be, because all traffic would be going down Lochie Bray. It may be that some people who live in, when you propose new houses, will want to go to Cooper Angus, for instance, or go to Dundee and may take an alternative route. But I think the model has assumed that all trips, if it's the worst case.
Then if we... Go to the bottom of page 4 of 15, under the second bullet point, number 1, refers to there being no up-to-date survey of traffic at the Bridgend junction was conducted, and you've given your evidence as to why that wasn't the case in the traffic assessment. Don't want to repeat that, but you have conducted 2 days of assessment since then.
Indeed.
And does that show, and you've given your results of that, do you consider you have an adequate picture of the junction to present to the reporter or not?
I think I have a very accurate description of the junction to provide to the reporter. As I say, I believe that there is minimal queuing on Lochie Bray on a typical day, but there is an issue in the morning peak with right turners going across the bridge. I think in the evening peak we saw queues along the Dundee Road, but as I say, I was told that potentially was due to roadworks on the west side towards the bank.
In page 5 of 15, there's a number 2 towards the top of the page, and that carries out a comparison between the Ganachie figures and your figures. Again, without Is that comparing apples and apples or apples and pears?
Sorry, which bit are you referring
So
to?
if you look at the top of page 5, it says confusingly the appellant's traffic figures differ from those from other planning applications, and I think that's a relevant reference to the Ganachie application.
I think the Ganachie development did undertake a time and count survey at the junction, and we were told to use a panoramics model, which could explain the difference in the traffic flow.
Then at 3, there's a reference to trip generation numbers and the person trips. I think you've dealt with that already going through your, but it didn't feed through. And at 4, there's the point made about the Murray Royal Hospital traffic being deducted, and we've already dealt with that.
Can I just go back? I think, by the looks of it, just referring back to what you were commenting on a point a moment ago, it looks like the Ganachie did use panoramics model, but the difference in the traffic flows could be because of the assumptions that they used, and the fact that it's a different traffic model set of runs, and every model run of a panoramics model will give you different sets of results.
Paragraph 5, or point 5 on the top of page 6 of 15 deals with the use of the Linsig model, and I'm not going to ask any more about Linsig. If the Community Council want to do so, they can do, obviously, but you've given your evidence on that. Point 6 deals with traffic generating housing developments being ignored, and again I think you've given your evidence on that.
Yeah.
And paragraph 7, I think, deals with committed development, and again, you've given your evidence on that. Yes, I think lastly, could you take, I think that's all I wanted to ask you on the Community Council's evidence. I have one question on Mr. Dean's recognition, which if you could have to hand. It's no paragraph numbers, but it's page 3, at the top of the page. I make that paragraph 16. It begins, the reality of the situation is the throughput. Do you have that paragraph?
I'm afraid I don't. Not for this recognition. So, that would...
Again, you had a loose copy of it, if I can help you, yesterday.
I did have a loose copy yesterday.
Yeah. Mr. Welton can give you an electronic version, which is unmarked, which I think should do, unless you want to find your loose copy. Do you want to turn to page, top of page 3? So it's a paragraph beginning the reality of the situation.
I have found it.
Oh, you found it. That's quite often the way. You'll see here there are a number of criticisms of the transport assessment. He says it's constrained by the downstream junctions. Transport assessment does not show the junctions as being over capacity, as the demand only reflects what was counted crossing the stop line. Stop line flows will always be less than the theoretical capacity. Observation shows queues, etc. That is why actual flows through the junctions are low in the queues at all of the arms along. The lack of interaction with other junctions is why, in this case, LINSIG does not represent existing peak hour conditions. The reality is better represented by the models which consider those wider junction effects. Firstly, is there any significant difference between the outputs of LINSIG in terms of average maximum queue lengths and SISTRA in
No.
average maximum queue lengths?
No, there shouldn't be a significant difference, no.
Secondly, is it a fair criticism in your view that you haven't taken into account the downstream junctions?
I don't think that's fair at all for a number of reasons. Firstly, there were extensive discussions with council officers on the scope of the assessment, of which Mr Deans was party to, and at no point did anybody at the council say look at other junctions other than the Bridge End junction. Bridge End junction is the critical junction they want us to look at, and there was no discussion at all or recommendation that we should look at the wider spatial area. If there was, potentially could have done that based on the IT guidelines, looking at percentage thresholds. The second point I would make is that the official response from the Transportation Department to the plan application does not make any criticism of the details of the traffic assessment. It says that the TA was audited by both council officers and SISTRA. There was no comments received from us querying any of the detailed modelling that we undertook. This is a retrospective series of comments. This did not happen at the time. If the council had wanted us to look at something different or a wide spatial area, we could have discussed it. The scope of the assessment was fully agreed prior to us undertaking the analysis.
Again, Mr Diamond, can I ask you to reverse your angle of observation to that question and say, leaving aside what the council have done, who may have been more or less misguided, as perhaps the community council suggest, what's your view on what the reporter can take from your work, given what's happening upstream and downstream of this junction?
I think the reporter can take gratification of the quality of the analysis we undertook using LINSIG. It shows that there is some queuing, but the contribution of development-related trips is minimal. There may be an issue of traffic approaching the Bridge End junction from the city centre end being influenced, as in the flow profile being influenced by the traffic signals to the west of the river, which is understandable. When they get green, then there will be a pulse of traffic going to Bridge End. In the morning peak, I don't think there's any issues on the city side area. I think in the morning peak, there may be an issue with the right turners queuing back to the A94, A95 junction, and where there are signals there where you can go to either the palace or go up to the village. Occasionally there is queuing back there, so there's a pulse of traffic from that junction that goes green to the Bridge End junction. But I don't think we've underestimated the upstream or downstream junctions in any way, shape or form.
Thank you. And finally, all your work has been done on the basis of the development as completed.
Correct, yes.
And so if permission was given, if one, say, took an average of 30 units being completed a year, that may be considered to be excessive or not, as the case may be. But is the impact on the junction going to occur overnight, or is it going to gradually build up?
It will gradually build up, yes.
And insofar as the Cross-Tay Link Road, the council's evidence shows that the impact of the Cross-Tay Link Road will, on their evidence and indeed yours, have a materially beneficial impact to the Bridge End junction. Do you accept that?
I do accept that, yes. There will be a significant reassignment of trips when the Cross-Tay Link Road is built. But as I say, the junction, I would argue, operates in capacity already. And the contribution of development trips is so minimal as well. there's no justifiable link between possible enclosure and development.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, subject to the one point on your document APP12, and if we could deal with that over an adjournment.
So, would 15 minutes be suitable time?
Hopefully so.
Right. So if we can come back at 25 to 12, and before we start cross-examination, we'll sort out this APP12. Okay, thank you. Mr. Finley, have we resolved the APP12 mystery?
We have, sir. Two parts to resolution of the mystery. One was that I misunderstood the nature of the document, so it wouldn't have been taken to it in any event. And secondly, a corrected version was circulated to the PPA in the beginning of, the end of May, beginning of June, and that will be made available. A hard copy of that will be made available to you. It doesn't appear for some reason on the PPA website, but it shows an inaccurate portrayal of turning movements at the bridge end junction, and so needs to be corrected. So I have no further questions arising out of that for Mr. Diamond, and tender him to the tender mercies of the council.
I was going to ask Mr. Diamond some questions about APP12, not least because I couldn't understand it because of the different turning movements. Will I get a hard copy over dinner time, or is it going to be a bit longer than that?
Over dinner time.
Okay.
The problem is that it shows a right turn movement from West Bridge
Yes.
Street, which is inaccurate.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't want to make a big deal, but if I could have that at dinner time, then that would allow me to just satisfy myself that I understood what was the intention of that document, and that would be better than having to rely on further procedure after the inquiry closed. Okay, on that basis then, if the council wants to start its cross-examination.
Thank you. I think most of this is probably covered earlier. I'm interested in the type of analysis or assessment in your transport assessment. And at paragraph 6.3.4, it states, for the purpose of this exercise was to assess the impact of the residential development on the main street, Lochiebury, Gowrie Street, West Bridge Street junction. Linsing analysis into the operation of this junction has been undertaken. Now, just to be clear, and I think this is accepted, this is an isolated junction analysis. Looking at Bridging Junction, you haven't analysed the wider network.
That's correct, sir. Other with one caveat, I would look at the two site access junctions.
Can I just remind the people, I know in the cut and thrust of cross-examination, you'll be facing Mr. Lech to answer the question. Perhaps you can just move the thing if you want to relocate it on your table. It's just that when you turn yourself away, and then the people in the audience might not hear it. And I think the advice from Mr. Murray is that in the cut and thrust of cross-examination, you're probably as well just to leave the microphone on.
So, just to be clear, the transport assessment is not a panoramics network study for the whole area, for the area of the whole of Perth. Correct. Transport assessment. Now, try and phrase this as simply as I can. If there is a lot of flow going through the junction from one arm and it's then stopping the other side, does that not then affect another arm, such as Lochiebury? I'm not saying you accept it for Bridging Junction. It can't get through and flow through on its own green signal if it cannot get through the yellow box and move through.
Could you explain explain that again?
The route ahead is, if the route ahead is blocked,
Right.
probably the simplest way is if the route ahead is blocked, then traffic on one arm, such as Lochie Bray, cannot get through.
That's potentially true, yes, unless you go in the intergreen when there's a clear flow for them to actually continue their journey.
And the consequence of that is traffic queues up behind the junction.
Potentially that could happen.
And the heavier the traffic, the worse it gets, potentially.
Potentially that could happen, yes.
Now, interested in your method of assessment and what tools you used. And again, I think it's your transport assessment of it. I think this has been covered before, but I'll just ask it. Paragraph 6.3.4 again, Lindsig analysis was used into the operation of this junction, has been undertaken. So just to be clear, that was a modelling exercise. I think you referred to that earlier.
Yeah, there are other approaches that could be used. There's another package called OSCAD. There's another one called Transit, which could be used. But I think more and more nowadays, JCT and the Lindsig package is used throughout the country and the world.
But you can use other tools such as your own observation. You referred to that as well.
Yeah, not for a quantitative detailed assessment. It's basically as a supporting, in a sense, calibration tool.
Take you to your inquiry report or statement. It should be just to confirm. It's paragraph 1.5. It's 1.5. Halfway down, I have visited the site and the surrounding area on a number of occasions, both for this and previous studies. I can therefore confirm I'm familiar with the area surrounding the site, including the operation of the local transport networks. So you've used your own observation as a tool there.
As a validation tool, yes.
And then same document, paragraph 2.15. If I can find it. With regards to the other two approaches to the junction, namely Lochie Bray and A85 approaches, again I consider the results of the sister assessment to be reasonable and consistent with my own observations, most recently obtained during the visits to the Bridge End Junction during the week commencing Monday the 20th of May and previously during my other visits to the site. So again, you've used your own observation.
Yes.
So if you've used your own observation, it would be legitimate for others to do so as well.
Oh, indeed, yes.
And legitimate to use maybe other information that has been reported to them about the operation of a junction.
I'm not sure what other information you'd be referring to.
We'll come on to that later, but if there are issues that have been raised, for example, with the council about the operation of the junction, it would be legitimate to consider that.
Correct.
Now, if you could have your transport assessment with you, that's the next document.
Is that the transport assessment,
transport
the appendix
assessment.
of the, in the, yeah, okay.
The transport assessment by Arup, 8th December 17. Excuse me. take you to page 19, table 6.7. It's already been referred to previously. Bridge end junction capacity summary 2015 base 2015. Just to be clear, that's an as-is traffic or as was in 2015, but without considering the proposed development of the old Murray Rail Hospital.
Correct.
So we're looking at Lochie Bray. Right to an extent this has been covered. You're saying that as of, let's say now, AM peak hour, 8 till 9, 3.5 vehicles.
I wouldn't say as of now, in 2015.
2015?
Yes.
Okay.
In 2015, using the information extracted from the economics model.
But what you're saying there is 3.15, and the PM peak you've got is 2.8.
Correct, yes. Mean maximum queues.
And then by taking all of, if you go over the page, taking all of the development into account, which is table 6.9, I believe, we've got Lochie Bray, 8 till 9, AM peak, 4.2, average mean, or mean, I should say, and for the PM, 2.3. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
Now, and also, I see it's 2020 base. Am I correct in assuming that's without Crossday Link Road being taken into account?
Indeed it is, yes.
Now, could I take you to a document that's not yet been referred to you, and that's the in-principle planning application response, consultation response by Bridgend, Ganachie and Canal Community Council. Now, it should be core document 4.13. I do have spare hard copies available if necessary. It should be core document 4.13, according to my notation. Sorry, Mike. Maybe 415. No. 413. Yeah, that's it. That's correct. It's the Community Council's response to the IPM planning application. Yes. I've got 413 on my list, but I think we have identified the document. Okay, you have that there?
Yes, I think
Yeah.
I do.
Now, I want you to take, so actually my first page, but I think you probably get an email at the top, so turn over the page, please. And it's the kind of substantive, the narrative. And if you see about half to two-thirds of the way down, kind of a block paragraph there, I just want to read to you towards the end of that paragraph. The traffic queue lengths generated by the appellant's model are in error by orders of magnitude. Now, as I understand it, you're standing by your own transport assessment, so you presumably dismiss this local knowledge. This is something that you do not consider as correct.
I think we go back to the base case 2015. That's information that was derived from the Council's own ceramics model, which the Council, I presume, have used with trust in it.
Well, I'm talking about your TA.
Yep, I accept that the base 2015 model that you were provided with is the calibrated validated base, which is a proper assessment tool as required by the Council.
Okay. Now, turn over, and you have a photograph there dated 20th of February 2018 at 10:17. It's actually the next one I want you to take to.
I don't have dates on it.
No, it doesn't. But can you tell me where that is?
afraid I can't, because I can't see
Well,
very well what it is.
there's only one arm that has a steep drop, Mr. Diamond. Could I suggest to you it's Lochie Bray?
This doesn't show a steep drop on it.
Down at the end on the right-hand side, that's a steep drop.
As I say, sir, I can't see a steep drop on this, but I accept that it's Lochie Bray.
Okay, you accept Lochie Bray, okay.
I don't know if it is Lochie Bray. I think it is.
Well, that... Oh, no, I've got it in a different sequence. That's not the one. Sorry, apologies. I printed it out from DPA website. Turn another... No. Yeah. Well, there's actually two. That, this one. They're not the clearest, I have to admit, in the print, right?
Oh,
Yes, that one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, the other one is a different arm entirely, the kind of leading from Scoon. So again, you know, just can you confirm that's Lochie Bray?
I could see a drop in the alignment, yes. I think that's Lochie Bray, yeah.
Now, given that your TA suggests AM peak 3 point, I appreciate these are not dated, but AM peak 3.5 and AM 2.8, would you accept these are, that shows, demonstrates something significantly more than what you have?
I think what's important to point out is this is an instance on a particular day. I don't know what day this was, what month of the year it was. It could be totally atypical. The model is a representative reflection of average conditions on the network as used by the council themselves.
I appreciate that, but is that not significantly more than your prediction in your TA?
Oh, that's
yes or no?
Yes, it is.
Now, that's my photograph 4, but I think it won't be your 4. It's the one where the vehicle has got its registration obscured. You've got it?
Yes.
There's a wee bollard on the right-hand side. White bollard on the right-hand side.
Yes.
Got it? Okay. Now, again, can you confirm where that is?
I think that is at the junction that leads to, where the mainline floor leads to the hospital. The top of Lochie Bray.
To give you the streets, it's where Ganachie Road meets Muirhall Road.
Yep. So that's the access to the Ganachie development.
So that's about, if I've understood correctly, about 300 metres from the junction, the Gen Junction. Are you aware of the distance?
I accept your word for the distance.
But again, similar question to the previous photograph. Would you agree that that is significantly more than your predictions in the TA of 3.5 and 2.8?
Indeed, with the caveat, I don't know when this was taken or what the traffic conditions were like in the area. And I'm sure that the council will have said the same comments to the Ganachie TA promoters.
Now, move away from that document. Could I take you to the observed length surveys April 18 that were commissioned by the council? It's been referred to earlier, PTC document 3. The one with the graph on the front. That's the thing we referred to previously.
Yes.
Now again, I don't know if yours printed out the same as mine. Lots of tables. But there's also photographs in there. Could you go to the photographs, please? And the photographs are 19th of April 18, and they go in sequence from 0800 45 onwards. Hopefully you have those. So, dealing with the first one, which is, as I said, it's got 2018 stroke 04 stroke 19, 08 0045. Now, I think, yeah, hopefully you accept that's East Bridge Street leading to Bridge End Junction, and there's only a few vehicles shown at that time.
I'd see that, yes.
Now, I hesitate to say turn the page, it might turn the page. The next one, 081419. Now, that's less than 15 minutes later, and you can see the vehicles, and it's not showing the end of the queue. Significantly more than your 3.5 for the AM in your TA.
Yep, I would agree with that. But these are the sort of queues I did see as well when I was out on site. Again, the TA is the mean queue, so we exceed 50% of the time. And also, I don't know where in the green cycle this picture was taken. It may be that they've got a red, and when the green cycle is offered to them, that queue will dissipate.
But the point is, that does not match your prediction of 3.5.
I think that's reasonable to say it doesn't, for the reasons I gave before. It is a mean max queue that we look at, and that's a max queue.
Now, probably I've got the theme by now. Next photograph, 083120. Can you tell me where that is?
That one's harder to identify. There's a yellow box marking there, so I think it's a Ganachie Junction.
Yes, Ganachie Road and Muirhall Road, where they come together. Again, really much more than 3.5 predicted in your transport assessment for AM.
I generally don't know what the queuing there is. Are you suggesting the arm numbering is the road to the right, the access to the hospital?
What I'm referring to, Mr. Diamond, is you see the traffic, and the traffic goes downwards to the left.
Yeah.
That's down towards Bridge End Junction, is it not?
So the arm to the right is the approach to the hospital?
The arm to the right is leading to the proposed development, the old Murray Royal Hospital.
Right.
The arm to the left is Ganachie Road, as I am.
Right, so the arm to the left is the access to the Ganachie development?
I'm not referring to the Ganachie development, I'm referring to Ganachie Road. I'm referring to the queue going down to the left.
I don't know if that's a queue or that's just stationary vehicles. It just shows that it's an image of vehicles on that junction, at that junction. I don't know if that forms a queue or not. I accept the other two junction pictures do, but I'm not sure that one does.
But if you've got 081419, the queue going down, and then you've got 083120 vehicles here, is that not a significantly greater queue up at Ganachie Road, Muirhall Road, leading down to the Bridge End Junction?
I don't accept, without actually seeing that, if that's actually queuing vehicles or could be vehicles that are stopped. The previous one
Are there
showed
still
queuing
vehicles at that level?
There are
You accept
vehicles
that?
there on the yellow box and double yellow lines, but I don't know if they're part of a queue.
I don't quite follow you, Mr. Diamond, in the sense of where are they going? If it's not part of the queue, where are they going?
They could be dropping people off. They could be doing other. It could be people who live on Lochie Bray picking up or dropping off others. It's not 100% indicative of a queue.
But Lochie Bray is a narrow road.
Yeah.
It narrows down. There's hardly, if any, junctions off of that.
It doesn't have to be a junction. It could be there are properties on
Or
Lochie Bray.
well, there's walls outside, especially at the narrow bit.
There are properties, though, aren't there? So I think that's all I'm saying is that's not purely indicative of a queue of vehicles. It's a picture
Okay.
of vehicles.
Now, the last photograph. (0841) 4747, just before 9 o'clock. Again, can you confirm where that is?
That's the same junction as previously.
Now, to borrow a phrase from the Community Council and their consultation response, quite a magnitude of difference compared to your 3.5 AM, isn't it?
There is a difference for the reasons I've explained previously.
Okay, you put that, so you can put that aside. Now, next what I want to cover is the information the Council has been given, and it is referred to in Mr Dean's inquiry statement. I'll kind of encapsulate it. First of all, the Council has been made aware of issues for the school bus turning right from Muirhall Road into Carnegie Road. Now, I think you conceded earlier, or accepted earlier on, that's about 300 metres. Would that not be at least one other occasion where the number of vehicles queuing down to Bridging Junction is way more than your 3.5 in the end?
I really don't know the scenario you're addressing, if it's a one-off or it's a regular event, but if there is an issue there, then it's something that is irrelevant to both my client's development and also to the Gannicky development. It's been consented. That's an operational matter for the council to deal with.
Well, no, I'm not talking that. A very simple concept. We're talking about how it is now, or in the recent past. If there's problems with the school bus away up at that level, is that not indicating that there is significantly more vehicles at that level compared to your predicted 3.5 in the AM?
I'm not sure it does. I don't know where the school bus was turning to or which direction it was travelling in to suffer delays. I don't know if it's a regular occurrence. There are so many unknowns about that particular statement.
Now, next, made aware of issues on the narrow part of Lochie Bray with traffic jumping the queue, travelling down the wrong side of Lochie Bray and cutting in at the Keep Clear and into the left through lane at the signals. Now, of course, that refers to the narrow part of Lochie Bray, which is about halfway up from the junction towards Muirhall Road, Gannicky Road. Again, if you take that, that's significantly more than your 3.5 in the AM or 2.8 in the PM.
I think, again, it's an operational issue for the council to deal with.
No, I'm not talking operational issues. I'm talking about the vehicles on the road. If there are people coming down the wrong side of the narrow bit of Lochie Bray, they're passing other vehicles. They're doing it to pass other vehicles.
I never saw that once, and the council have never actually suggested to me that that is an issue that they feel has to be addressed by themselves.
Well, I appreciate you never saw it, but if that is happening and it's been reported to the council, there are more vehicles there and significantly more predicted than your 3.5 or 2.8. There has to be.
There may be more vehicles, but as I say, we look at the mean maximum queue, and there were, in our own observations, queues greater than that. But also, those queues dissipated, and also the information was derived from the council's own parameters model.
I don't think you're quite answering the question. Is if there are traffic coming down the wrong side of Lochie Bray at the narrow part, there are in those instances going to be, there are a lot more vehicles than predicted than your transport assessment.
And again, I don't know
Just a simple
why.
yes or no.
I would say no, because I don't know why they were going on the wrong side of the road.
I don't quite get that. You see, is that suggesting that for some reason there's no other vehicles in front of them, they're going down and...
Or they may be doing a right turn going into the development on the right-hand side of Lochie Road.
No, it says going down the wrong side of Lochie Bray and cutting in at the Keep Clear into the left turn lane at the signals, and that's Bridgend Junction. That would be turning left down Dundee Road, or Gowrie Street, Dundee Road.
Again, I'm not sure the scenario you're describing.
Again, I have to kind of press this point. The narrow part, you know the narrow part of Lochie Bray coming down to Bridgend Junction?
Yes, I do.
and it's been reported that traffic is travelling down the wrong side of Lochie Bray and cutting in at the Keep Clear, which is just before the Bridge End Junction,
Yeah.
and going into the left turn lane at Bridge End Junction. So if you take that, now I appreciate you haven't observed it, if you take that, that means the traffic is going to be a way up into the narrow part of Lochie Bray, and that does not match your transport assessment of 3.5 or 2.8 in terms of vehicles on the road.
In terms of vehicles on the road, what we modelled,
I'm not talking about what you model, I'm talking about does this match 3.5 or 2.8?
no, it wouldn't. But again,
Thank
I'm
you,
not
that's
familiar with what scenario.
Sorry, you've got to let him finish.
Well,
Whoa. Hang on a second. I think we're coming to an end of this particular
Yes, I'm going to move
reign
on
of
to the next
questioning.
point.
I mean, I've seen the photographs. I've been on site. I've recorded the answer from the witness, and he's perfectly entitled to caveat his response to the particular scenario.
Yes, I appreciate that, sir.
But I think we can safely move on.
I'm going to move on to the next one. And the third area reported, as well as some vehicles committing an offence, cutting the wrong way down Back Wind in an attempt to completely miss the signals. Again, a further occasion when it's the vehicles leaving down Lochie Bray to Bridge End Junction are going to be significantly more than your 3.5 or 2.8.
I think that's a curious statement, because people going the wrong way down the Women's Street is a criminal offence, and however they do it or why they do it, I have no knowledge. I have absolutely no knowledge. I've never seen anybody do that. I would have thought that if that is a major issue around a very unusual event, then the council and the police would be dealing with it.
But again, well, if people are doing that, they're doing it out of frustration, are they not, to get out of the queue,
Maybe not.
bigger queue.
I don't know why people would go the wrong way in a Women's
Okay.
Street. It could be a multitude of reasons why that might happen. It could be pure contrariness. Whatever happened, I really do not know, and we cannot make judgments on what some people may do illegally.
Okay. Now, take you next to, I think this is one document that's partially referred to, Jack Rivett's slides or documents. Now, I'm not talking about his recognition, but kind of a slideshow that I've got it down as a slideshow. It was produced at the time of the document timescale. It's the one with the Google Maps in it. It's got Google Maps and photographs. Yes.
So
I understood you had it previously, so it was referred to.
Thank you.
Now, apologies to Community Council, I don't propose to, it's their document, I don't propose to spend long going through it. But it's not the Google Maps I wish to refer to, it's the photographs. If you, starting with the, again, in the same date that go in chronological order, at least on my version. After the Google Maps, there should be photographs. You got that? Yeah. Good. Now, the first photograph I have, 15/4/19, 8:25, 24 a.m. Now, can you just confirm that's Lochie Bray?
Yes.
And given the number of vehicles, significantly more than your 3.5 for the AM.
On that particular occurrence, there is. But again, I don't know where in the signal cycle that picture was taken.
And move on to the next photo, which I've got slightly obscured at the bottom with 8:35:23 AM. I think it's sufficiently clear.
Well, I've got 8:37.
There's another one that's got two silver cars on it. You got it? Mine printed out on sequence. 8:23 a.m. Yeah. That's 10 minutes later. Lochiebury again, significantly more than your predicted 3.5 a.m.
But again, I don't know when within a single cycle that picture was taken.
But on the face of it, and I do see on the face of it, it's not consistent with your prediction.
The point is as well that there's unequal queuing going on there as well. There's queuing on the outside lane, there's nobody on the near side lane.
Well, I think you've got a problem there in terms of Lochiebury is narrow. You can't get down there.
No. I think where the cars are there, there's a near side lane, lane markings. That's unoccupied. Again, we don't know what's happening downstream from that.
I think we're about to get to that. Okay, now. Actually, they are out of sequence in my version, I'm afraid, in time-wise. But you've also got 15:4:19, 8:21:58 p.m.
I'm afraid I can't see those ones.
Yeah, I'm afraid I hadn't realised that they're not in sequence. Right. You've got a red vehicle sitting in the yellow box, 8:21:58.
There's a red vehicle sitting in the yellow box. But again, that's allowed. You can go in the yellow box if you're doing a right turn. I can see that the Lochiebury vehicle's got a green light. But again, that's an instance, and it's also interesting that there's no queuing on Bridge End.
But if you look at the earlier photograph, 8:21:32, again, you see the red vehicle.
Yeah.
You call that one?
Yeah.
So it's at least 26 seconds it's been sitting in the box. That'd be right.
26 seconds?
If I've calculated, 8:21:32 to 8:21:58. Wire's not very good at counting, but I think that's 26 seconds.
Okay.
So that's an example, is it not, of the junction being blocked going through.
Again, I don't know the instance of when this occurred. There may be reasons for that, but you can actually sit on a right turn in the yellow box into your right turn movement.
Yeah, appreciate what you're saying, but if I've understood right, you're actually accepting that the junction was blocked on that occasion. Is that right?
I think the junction has interesting dynamics on that occasion when you got a vehicle, a large vehicle from Lochiebury sitting in, going into the yellow box when that is an illegal movement.
Well, I think you referred to earlier on that there is an issue with queuing on the Schoon Arm. That's the Schoon Arm coming through, isn't it?
Yeah. There's an issue.
And on this occasion, there is a blocked junction.
Blocked junction. That's a term I wouldn't use.
I'm using a simple term. I know it's not a technical term. But
again,
traffic coming from, for example, Lochiebury is having a problem coming through its green signal.
Indeed, there is that, but the picture 8:21:58, if my eyesight is correct, shows that there's a white van and there's quite a large clearance beyond the white van going into Perth, which has no traffic in it. So there's a dynamics going on here which you and I are fully cognisant with.
Now, if you leave that document aside, the next one I want you to take is the Sister Report 2019 PKC Document 1.
The 2019 Sister Report.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Now, I think as I understood it, and I don't think it's in dispute, this is a modelled a report that has been modelled rather than observed queuing as such that we're looking at photographs looking earlier on. And it's got a 2019 reference case with no development, and it's also got a 2023 case with CTLR included.
Agreed.
And the development as well included in the
Agreed,
2023.
yes.
Now, could I take you to, I think Mr. Finlay did this as well, page, it's the 11th page, well, not numbered, but it is the 11th page, the graph at 2.3.12. It's figure 2.2, I think it is.
2.2.
Is that right? Sorry? Sistra 19. Yeah. I'll just make sure I've got my reference right. Sorry, it's figure 2.6, in fact. Lochie Bray queue length comparison. You got that table?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if you look at the AM peak, you'll see there's, by my estimation, just about a 300-metre queue. Now, you refer to kind of what I would call a rule of thumb, divide by 6, so that's about 50 vehicles.
It is about 50, yes.
So that would again be, appreciate you've got means, but that's significantly more than your 3.5 in the AM.
It is, but we have to compare that with the 2017 work that we were commissioning from Sistra, which doesn't show that level of queuing. So things have occurred between the 2017 and the 2019 model. I think that it could be a variety of things, traffic growth, and also committed developments have been included. I'd also point out that, as I was saying earlier on today, it's a very, very concertinaed peak period. The peak lasts a very short period of time at the Bridgend Junction. Queues dissipate very, very quickly. They form quickly and dissipate quickly. And that's totally evidenced by that picture image in figure 2.6.
I'll come on to that later. Now, let me get my... Okay. Now, and you see the PM peak, for which you've got a prediction of 2.8, appreciates I mean, but that's over 200 metres. My arithmetic's not very good, but that's about 30 plus vehicles.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. But again, I would make reference to the comments I made previously.
Now, lastly on this kind of theme, could I take you to a different document? So I can get yeah. It's your own technical note, 27th May 2019. I've got APP-013, Bridgend Queue Observations. It was referred to earlier, it's a document before Mr. Downer. It's dated it's a technical note by ARUP, 27th May 2019. Sorry? It's one you referred to earlier on. It's technical note by ARUP, 27th May 2019. I have it down as APP-013, Bridgend Queue Observations, technical note ARUP, 28th May 2019 for some reason. I think I took it off the DPA website, but it had APP-013, or you might call it 13. Yeah. Yes. It's actually titled 28, but dated 27 for some reason.
I'm afraid I don't have that one to hand.
No, I understood you had it earlier.
Which one you?
Sorry?
I think it's getting
Not
that
got
way.
it anymore then. Yeah. I think I've got a spare copy if that would help. I'll just check. Maybe wrong. I think I'm wrong. I think that's one I didn't print out. Not sure. Mr. Welton, have you got? Yeah.
Okay.
Now, as I understand it, traffic counts were taking on Tuesday 21st and Wednesday the 22nd of May 2019. Can I take you
Traffic
to
counts. It wasn't traffic counts. We weren't counting traffic.
Number
we
of
were
vehicles.
looking at
Number of-
looking at queue length.
queue lanes? But they were 21st and 22nd of May 2019.
true,
Yes,
yes.
sorry, my apologies, that was the wrong phraseology. Now, take you to page 4, the graph at the top. It's not got a table or graph number, I'm afraid, but it's got Tuesday 21st AM observed queue, PCU.
Mhm.
Of course, we've heard that's passenger carrying unit. Now, Tuesday 21st, the orange line is for Eastbridge Street, which I think that refers to Lochie Bray, doesn't it? What you would also call Lochie Bray.
Correct. Yes.
Now, from roughly 0810 to 0840, my eyesight's any good, which isn't great nowadays. It hovers around 20 vehicles, which is significantly more than your predicted 3.5. Now, I know that's half an hour, but your TA predicts 3.5 at the AM hour.
I think, again, our results in the TA, in the ONSEG, are mean, their average. It would be exceeded 50% of the time. This is observed, and it's not significantly different. We've got a queue here of number 20 PCUs is about 20 PCUs based on the distance. So 20 PCUs over 2 lanes compared to what the analysis said, I would say that's not significantly different. That's within the bounds of variability.
You've got in your TA 3.5 for AM. Now, the orange line, if you look at the whole of 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock, correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't go down to 3.5 at any point.
Correct, yeah. But bear in mind, this is the mean queue that we're predicting.
But my understanding of your TA is it is an hourly mean.
It's an hourly set, an hourly analysis, but the queue information predicted is the mean queue, the average queue, so it would be exceeded 50% of the time. So it's not significantly different to the results that we observed.
And quickly take you over to page 5, the graph at the top, Wednesday 22nd, AM observed queue, again Lochie Bray or Eastbridge Street in orange. Now I, correct me if I'm wrong, 3 peaks, about 10 vehicles, and again, I appreciate you're talking about a mean, but significantly more than your 3.5 at the AM.
It's not significantly more. 3.5 to 10 is not a major difference. You could argue it's 100% plus, but in terms of modelling ability and statistics, that's not a significant difference.
But from 0800, roughly, to 0845, almost everything's above 5.
Oh, indeed, yes, and doesn't exceed 10.
Now, before you can put that document down, thank you. Before we move on to other issues, given the photographic evidence and perhaps your own observation, would you agree that the heavy traffic through Bridgend Junction, and I'm using simple terms of course, the most heavy traffic is concentrated about the AM peak 0800 to 0900 and then the PM 1630 to 1730?
Be about that, yeah. But there will be daily variations.
Yes, but that's generally the normal heavy concentrated peak. And in your transport assessment in tables 6.7, 6.8, 6.9, that's what you've assessed the early peak as well.
Yeah, it would have been, yes. It would be consistent with the peak from the parametrics model.
Now, the next kind of theme, I want to take you now to the kind of reports and notes that you've submitted and rely on. Now, the first one I want to look at is Sister 17 report. That was the one that was appended to the response to the PAR, if I recollect right. Sorry, you got that?
You should have it, yes.
Yeah, well, you did have it earlier on, as I recollect.
I was referring to it earlier on.
Got it? Yeah. Now, could you go to page 11? And you've got paragraph 2.4.8, and it's really the tables 2.9 and 2.10 that have been referred to previously.
Mm-hmm.
And both of them refer to AM peak period, PM peak period. Can you tell me how long those periods are, please?
That I'm not sure because it's a sister report, so I need to investigate.
Did you go to page 5?
I think it's morning peak is 8 till 9, and the evening peak would be 4:30 to 5:30. I would think.
No, could you go to, well, sorry. Go to page 5, please.
Okay.
And you'll see 1.2.2. AM peak period, not peak hour, peak period, which matches the table, both tables, 0630 to 0930. 3 hours for the AM is the peak period. Is that correct?
The model peak period is those periods you've just identified, yes.
So the model is for 3 hours, not 1 hour.
The model is over 3 hours because you have in modelling what they call the tails. So you have to allow the traffic to build up and dissipate at the end. So what they report on is the peak period, as in the hour, within the overall model period, which is 3 hours.
And the PM peak period, 1530 to 1930? 4 hours?
Indeed. And on page 5, it says the peak hours are 8 till 9 and PM peak is 4:30 to 5. That allows the tails to build up and dissipate.
But the averages are therefore over 3 and 4 hours, not 1 hour.
That I'm not sure about, actually.
Well, on the face of it,
I'm not sure about
AM
that.
peak period, unless there's a technical explanation I'm not aware of, both graphs are AM peak period. They are averages. They are averaged over 3 hours and 4 hours, not 1 hour.
That I'm not aware of. I would imagine they're peak hour information, because that's what's been referred to.
Is that something that the two transport experts can talk about at an appropriate break and report back?
It's only a very simple point, sir, on the basis of these tables that they refer to the peak periods, which are 3 and 4 hours.
You've asked the witness a question and he didn't know.
Sorry?
You asked the witness a question and he didn't know.
You've got the answer, yeah. His answer, yes. Now, coming back to your transport assessment, I appreciate what you said earlier on. As far as I can see, the Sister 17 refers to peak periods, not peak hour. But just to be clear in your transport assessment, table 6.7, which is page 19, that's the 2015 base. You've got assessed point peak hours 8 till 9 and 4:30, 5:30. Is that correct?
Correct.
So if you take an average over 3 or 4 hours, and bear in mind you've agreed that the peak hour is the most heavily trafficked, those figures are going to be much less than a peak hour. If you average over 3 or 4 hours, they're going to be less than what we averaged over the peak hour.
Sorry, you're referring to my TA?
If you average peak periods of 3 and 4 hours,
Yes.
which we do have examples in Sister 17, those figures that come out as an average will be much less than is averaged over your peak hours.
Yeah, but that arithmetic doesn't take into account flow profiles. It would not be a statistic I would actually look at, because you're assuming demand in each hour is the same, and it's not. You have peak demands, as is evidenced by the CISRA work.
Now, different theme, you can move away from that. Briefly, keep your TA handy. I want to very briefly refer you to your letter to Tony Marich, 4th of April 2017. I've got it listed, sir, as APP 009002, letter R up to PKC. That's what I pulled off the PPA website. Just clarification on kind of one issue. It'll take a little bit to go through.
So APP,
I've got APP 009002.
okay, yeah, I know that one.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. The APP 009.
0090.002 is what I have. It should be in the APP 9 section.
Yeah, no, I've got it.
That's all the
9.2.
letters and emails, etc.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Now, I refer you to a few parts. The heading on page 1, the development proposals, in the first paragraph, and help me on this subject, I may be wrong on this subject. It says the new residential, here we go, at the very beginning, new residential site will accommodate a total of 124 residential units. 25% will be affordable units in a public park. Now, at the bottom of that section, It also says it is anticipated, last sentence, it is anticipated that 25% of the residential units will be allocated as affordable housing. And over the page, I may not have understood this correctly, but table 1, we have mixed private affordable housing trip rates. Now, am I correct in understanding that affordable housing, that if you have affordable housing on site, you're discounting the number of trips, you apply a different figure if there's affordable housing?
You would generally have a lower trip rate for affordable housing, yes.
So come back to your transport assessment, and it's page 5 I wish to refer to, table 2.1. And yeah. Now, you've got down there amenity housing, 0.5 spaces per dwelling and 0.3 spaces. Now, if it's affordable housing of 14 units, which is 25% of 58, which is the kind of listed building FLM application, I have got the calculator out and done this. 14 times 0.8 is 11.2. That'll be roughly correct. I appreciate you've not got a calculator in front of you. Now, I don't particularly, sir, want to go through in detail the plans for the FLM application. Hopefully it will just be accepted, but within CD 2.2, you'll know there's plans for the main building, Elco and Burnham wards, and they do list the number of bedrooms, and I can narrate them. For the main building, my understanding is they are listed in one of the plans. 2 times 1 bed, 43 times 2 bed, and 5 times 3 bed for the main building. The Elco and the Burnham X-wards were buildings, they are 4 times 2 bed each. Now, if there's no, this is what I'm trying to work out, if there's no affordable housing at all, using your table 2.1, and let's go to the lowest level, you have 2 at 1 bed, which gives you 2 spaces, and 12 at 2 beds, which gives you 24 spaces, which is a minimum of 26 spaces. That's more than double 11.2. Do you agree with that?
I take your word.
I appreciate you taking my word on the numbering, etc., but
I would say that these are the guidelines within Scots.
yeah, no, I mean, I'm not disputing that.
And these are, presuming Perth and Ross would be seen as maximum car parking standards. Anything less than maximum is a good thing to encourage sustainable trip making.
Yeah, but it'd be fair to say that your transport assessment is based on there being affordable housing in listed buildings.
Can I say that again?
Your transport assessment assumes there's affordable housing in the listed buildings.
There's affordable housing.
You've applied a calculation to it. Sorry to interrupt. Sorry. Now, therefore, your transport assessment would not be fully accurate if there was no affordable housing.
There's a double negative in there, so what are you suggesting?
Your transport assessment is based upon affordable housing for the listed buildings. It's not, there are no calculations for where there is no affordable housing.
Our calculations in relation to car parking is based purely on Scots. Our calculations based on trip rates and traffic volumes are based on the TRICS database, which was agreed with the council.
But
there's 2 different elements there.
I appreciate that, but there would be a difference in calculation, and your TA does not show that. That's all I'm asking.
We didn't show it, but I think we didn't show it for good reasons. These are maximum car parking standards rather than minimum ones, which most local authorities accept nowadays.
But I think we heard yesterday that the appellants, your clients if you like, do not wish any affordable housing in the listed buildings. So that would affect your TA in the calculations.
No, it would not. It would not affect the TA in terms of traffic trip rates. It potentially could affect in terms of car parking provision. But I say we've used the Scots guidance, which I think Perth and Ross Council have signed up to.
Okay. now want to cover your views on the Council Commissioned Q-length observed surveys, the April 18 surveys, the Q-length surveys. Now, my understanding that surveys were talked about typical days. Surveys should be done on a representative day, typical day. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays generally, is that correct?
I would say Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Occasionally I would say no to Wednesday because historically we in Scotland have had half day opening. So I think Tuesday and Thursdays. Mondays I think are fine too, to be honest.
And also, you shouldn't be doing a survey and there's something irregular happening that affects the survey, you know, like road works or something like that.
Correct.
And if an incident happens, for example, would you pull the survey?
I have put surveys in the past, yes. An incident such as the police have often stopped surveys undertaken for safety reasons, or there may be an accident that's not occurred with me.
Yeah.
But the police have often said stop survey for safety reasons.
Now, could I take you to a document that's not been referred to yet, your technical note of 12th July 2018. I'm not 100% sure, sir, but it should be in CD 2.9, additional transport information. Originally it was RR15, I don't know. It's got 10th of July and 12th of July. Is that right? Now, could I take you to, and I'm not, the way I've got it is there's an email, then there's a 10th of July, but it's actually the 12th of July note I want to look at, which is at the back. I've got them all three together in my document. Hopefully, have you got all three? I'll show you.
Hope so. Yeah, that's right.
Not that one.
All right.
At the back.
That one. Yep.
So we're looking at the memo dated 12th of July, subject Q-length analysis, Bridge Street, Main Street, Gowrie Street, traffic
Yes.
signal control junction, Bridge End, Perth.
That's correct, sir. Take you to page 3. I think it is, yes. You've got a table at the top, and it's the third paragraph down, third line. If I can get there, yeah. Closer inspection of the Q-length data suggests that an isolated incident may have occurred on Main Street as the Q-length increases from 90 to 390 metres in the space of 5 minutes between 0720 and 0725. The level of queuing continues to increase to around 0830, where a queue length of 800 metres is recorded. Can you tell us what incident occurred?
I don't know what incident occurred. Just that there seemed to be an extremely significant increase in the level of queuing vehicles over that very short time period, and it just suggested that there may have been an incident of some form. It may be anything such as a vehicle stopping in the near side lane to service some of the shops in the pub, therefore reducing the capacity by half on that approach. There could be a number of instances. It's just that I have to admit I don't know what it could have been, but it just seems that there was an
You've said you don't know. Okay, thank you. Now, we saw the photographs earlier on for the April 18 count. If you need to, by all means, go to them. And I appreciate it's a different arm, but we had queues, Muirhall Road to Ganicha Road at 0847, which is about 300 metres up the Lochie Bray arm. want to clarify, are you saying the incident occurred 0720 to 0847? Or is that not quite?
I'm saying that between 0720 and 0725, which is very early in the morning peak, and that over the space of those 5 minutes, the fuel incident increased from the council survey from 90 to 390 metres.
But looking at the photographs that you saw earlier, where you had queues going up Lochiebury 0847, does that indicate an incident that happened an hour and a half?
Queues weren't going, you mean queues heading towards the junction down Lochiebury?
Yes.
Were those pictures taken the same day as the survey?
Yes.
That suggests to me there was an incident that peak traffic was therefore reassigning to avoid the approach from Soon, and therefore running through the residential area to go down Lochiebury.
Okay.
So that suggests there was an incident, an atypical situation.
Right. Could I take you on to your next sentence, though? An alternative explanation for the level of queuing observed may be that traffic signals not being fully optimised. That's a different explanation.
Beg pardon?
That's a different explanation.
Well, indeed, I'm saying that an alternative explanation, yeah, it could be a number of instances. But I wasn't aware that the photographs that you had presented earlier on which showed that there's something had happened that day.
Then, in your come away from that document, thanks. Try and keep mine in order, sorry. And it's your inquiry report. I can quote it to you, you don't necessarily need it in front of you. Paragraph 2.25. Again, based on recent observations, I am convinced that the level of queuing vehicles now reported in Lochiebury does not represent day-to-day conditions. A queue of 57 vehicles would represent a queue forming back to the stop line approaching 342 metres. I would suggest, given the nature of the area that is served by Lochiebury, such a level of queuing vehicles, if recorded, would be an atypical or atypical aberration, unless supported by either further empirical supporting information replicating these results or explained by other evidence such as temporary road closures resulting in drivers taking alternative routes including Lochiebury. Temporary road closures, it seems to be your third explanation. Are you aware of any temporary road closures in that case?
There are instances where road closures are currently in place in the residential area, but given what we've just been talking about, given the level of queuing that the pictures show and what the survey shows, I cannot believe that the level of housing in the Ganachie area would generate a level of trips associated by itself, that level of queuing. Therefore, given what you just described to me, I think there's been a lot of traffic assignment and delays caused by some event that's happened. Whatever that event is, I don't know. So there are a number of options it could be.
But I think that's the last point and probably critical point. You don't know.
Oh, indeed.
Now, could I take you to your own count, the 21st and 22nd of May? That's, we may have recollect the difference in numbering here. I've got as APP 13 Bridge End Q observations, your technical note of 27th of May 2019.
Right.
APP 15, I think I've just been told.
APP 15.
Yeah, I've got 13, I think you've got 15, yes. I can find it. th of May is what I'm looking for. Thanks. Now, there were surveys done on 21st and Tuesday the 21st and Wednesday the 22nd of May. I think you actually said it on, but you're aware that Athol Street was closed for resurfacing, or certainly roadworks for resurfacing, started, to my understanding, Tuesday the 21st of May until Saturday the 25th of May.
Indeed, I was aware.
Confirm that?
Yeah, I was aware of that. Yeah, because people we were speaking to said that there are some road closures on Athol Street to the west of the Tay. How that affects travel patterns here, I think it might have done in terms of the approach to the junction along Dundee Road. This is why we've got much larger queues we observed than what's been predicted previously.
So,
I don't think that would have an effect on Lochie Bray.
but we said earlier on you would pull them if there were roadworks. Your counts of 21st and 22nd of May are themselves atypical, are they not?
No, I never said that I would pull them because of roadworks. I'd pull them if the police suggested, or primarily if there was an accident, I would pull them. But a roadwork on the west bank, roadworks on the west bank of the Tay, I would not pull the survey because of that reason alone.
Okay. I'm just checking, so I think I'm getting towards a closure, so if we could just continue on. And it's really just looking at it, 2 themes to go, and they're not particularly long. And that might be, once we finish, an appropriate point to stop for lunch. Yep. Now, nearly there, but take you to your, it's the recently lodged documents, your summary on the Sister 19 report. I think we talked about 18th June this year, I think it was dated. It's not the Sister 19 report, but it's the queue note, the queuing note that has been called 18th June 2019. It's been referred to earlier.
Yeah.
Sorry. 2 pages?
Yes.
Yeah, 3 tables and yeah, that's right. Now, page 1, table 1. Now, I think I'm correct in saying that's taken from the Sistra 17 report. Is that correct? Table 2.10 or is it 2.9?
I don't know which table it is, but that's the
think it's
information extracted from the
Yeah.
sister report that my client instructed.
Yeah. As usual, can't find the document. Oh, right to my elbow. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think it does replicate it correctly. I've got Lochie Bray AM test on the first line there is 607 in sister table. I've also got the A93 Main Street AM test is 12, not 11. And I've also got A93 Main Street PM test is 10, not 9 in the sister table, 2.10.
Sorry, could you use those numbers again?
You perhaps need both together. You've got your own Q note 18th June and you need
Yeah.
the sister 19 2.10.
Yeah.
Again, maybe wrong, but your table 1
Yeah.
AM test, you've got 7, but sister I've got 6.
Oh.
Maybe I'm mistaken.
So I'm not following your numbers. I'm just cross-referencing my numbers and it seems to be okay. Are you looking at table 210?
Yes, sister 17 on the table that I've got.
So
The test is 6, not 7, is what you've got in your own table.
no,
Not a major point. You
No.
seem to have different ones.
no.
Okay.
If you look at the top line, AM, Lochie Bray base. If you look at the sister report, if I just read along, it's 5, 7, 12, 12, 6, 7, 12, 11.
doesn't match what I've got, but I don't think it's significant at the end of the day. You're talking not errors of about 1. So,
no, I think you may be looking at the wrong table.
Sister 17, 2.10.
Rather than waste
I'm going to
cross-examination
move on from
time,
that.
is this something that the experts can talk over dinner? And
Potentially, but it's not really, let's say it's
Okay.
not a major point at the end of the day, so I'm content to move on. Now, more importantly, Table 1, as I understand it, something's missed out there, AM/PM. That's taken from Sistra 17, and we saw earlier on, Sistra 17, their AM peak periods and PM peak periods listed in Table 2.10, not peak hours. Is that correct?
I think they're potentially their peak hours.
Listed in Table 2.10 of Sistra is peak periods. As a matter of fact, Table 2.10, peak period.
I accept your statement, but I think we need to clarify that. It would be very unusual for them to provide peak period rather than peak hour information.
again, when there's a conflict of fact, and you have the experts there,
We may have to discuss that
can we
more, I
just,
think.
because there shouldn't be a dispute about this, and if you can discuss this over lunchtime and come back to me.
I'll have to reserve that point and we have to come back to that. But I think on the face of it, Mr. Dimes accepted that, but of course he thinks it's peak hour. And similarly, I think we'll probably get the same difference on Table 3, is that correct? Don't want to spend time in it. I think it's the same thing. On that was asked to be replicated for, same as Sister 17, so it should be peak period, but you think it's peak hour.
I could be wrong, but we've assumed, based on the information provided to us by Sister, it's a peak hour, because it's very unusual to provide a peak period information.
Now, saying that is very unusual, but I'll get your reaction to this. Later on, you refer to a conversation with Ian Clement, and you admitted that the labelling of the tables was wrong. Now, you sure in your conversation he didn't say at that time, which I think was around 10th June or so, I might be wrong on that date, but recently, sure you didn't say something that the original tables specifically tabulated the average maximum. It's not something we usually report, but that's what you asked for. Do you not remember that in your conversation?
Not the exact phraseology, no. I guess you spoke to Mr. Clements, but I don't remember the exact phraseology that was used, but he did admit there was a typo in the tables that were provided.
But the point is, Sister 17 is the one you commissioned, and you asked for those tables for peak period.
I think we need to look back at the correspondence relating to that, but we normally require the peak hour information. The peak period doesn't normally last 3 hours. It's a morning period, maybe 3 hours, but peak period doesn't normally last 3 hours.
Okay, move on. Last topic. Just really one question. Let's take a little time and read it though. Now, probably a little bit useful to have your transport assessment in front of you. Table 6.9 this time. Now, this is the Bridge End Junction Capacity Summary 2020 base, and that's the full development, Phase 1 and 2, taken into account as I understand it. And of course, peak hour, AM and peak, and PM peak. And if I'm correct, the largest degree of saturation, 76.6 for West Bridge Street. Now, a bit I don't follow here is, given that you're saying the junction is well below saturation of 90% general, because 76 is the highest and there's a lot lower in there. We've got the strategic development plan approved by the ministers, the TAY plan, making reference to Crosty Link Road. We've got the local development plan approved by Scottish ministers, referring to an embargo to prevent the reduction in air quality and increased congestion in the Bridgend area of Perth. We've also got the developer contributions on affordable housing supplementary guidance, again going through the ministers, which is providing a large part for contributions for CTLR. The bit I don't follow is, why is the council spending 118 million on the Crosty Link Road, 40 million of which comes from the Scottish Government, when you're saying in that table it's nowhere near saturation?
I think you're right. The analysis does suggest, and quite rightly too, based also on the panoramics work done by Sistra, that the junction works within capacity, and also that when you add development trips, as Sistra also concluded, it makes very little difference to the operational performance of the junction. I think the queues that we're predicting are fairly reasonable, but I think the Bridgend junction is just one small piece of a much larger jigsaw in relation to all the sort of discussions that you've had with ministers and the like, one of which is the Crosty Link Road and to provide access to developments such as Bertha Park.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Okay, thank you. I think that would be an appropriate moment to take our break. If we came back at 1:45, does that give parties enough time?
I was going to suggest that in the light of the issue raised for the first time today by the councillors to the peak hour, whether it's a peak hour or peak period, although the experts may be able to talk over lunch, it may be more helpful for Mr. Diamond to try and contact Sistra to go to the source rather than any other way. And so it may be an hour, maybe more appropriate. He's got to do that as well.
Shall we say 2? Come back at 2? Yeah, it'd be good to nail this down.
I'm formally asked that notwithstanding he's under cross-examination, Mr. Diamond may be permitted to try and speak to Sister over lunch.
I trust there's no objection. I'm sure that this should be a matter of fact, which the technical parties should be able to agree on, and I'm sure we can waive any usual conventions to get to the bottom of that. So, if we can come back for 2 o'clock, and we'll resume the cross-examination with the Community Council asking the question. Thank you. Council to start their cross-examination. We'll just catch up with our issue. Very much for that. Okay. Can't remember what I was going to say now. I've been issued with a corrected version of APP12. I was going to ask Mrs. that it's counted with that. You've got APP12. Okay. Thank you. And the other issue that cropped up this morning was the periodic debate. Have the parties been able to agree something? Who's going to speak to this?
Mr. Diamond to speak, because I haven't. I've had some communication via Mr. Welton, but I've been trying to leave him to make the communication himself.
Okay.
Thank you. I have spoken to Sistra and also to my colleagues back in Edinburgh. And for a reason I'm not sure about, even though we asked for the peak hour to be provided, they provided us for a 3-hour peak period. So I've now asked for the peak hour spreadsheet from Sistra that we could provide to you, hopefully first thing tomorrow morning. So all that means is that the report dated 18th of June, which looks at maximum lengths from the Sistra report, that would be updated with peak hour around a 3-hour peak period.
One follow-up question which may assist. But the transport assessment was based on the results of Lindsay.
Yeah,
Is that affected at all by that?
not in any way, shape or form, because they gave us the peak hour turning movements. So I don't know why they gave us the peak hour, the peak period for the results, but they are in the sister report, in both our report and the report that was revised by the council, they gave us the peak hour turning movements, which were then used within the on-site assessment.
I'm merely, I want to make sure that the other parties have an opportunity to see this revised data and, if needed to, have a chance to comment or ask questions if they do so. Can I just, the council, any thoughts on what is being proposed there?
I think it's precisely what you've raised. It's very, very late in the day. It would be new information, of course. We don't know what it's going to say at this stage. I think we would definitely, I'm not sure how long we would need to actually see it as well. It maybe there would have to be something in writing later on. I'm not sure if it could be done orally immediately. So it's kind of, until you see it, you don't know. But the main concern is the timescale of actually receiving it. So kind of, it's a matter for yourself, but I'm kind of concerned about the timescale to comment on it.
And for the Community Council, any thoughts?
Well, you know, I'm an engineer, and given the table of numbers, I add them up and divide them, and I actually did exactly as the council did. And it does make a significant difference if you look at the 1-hour peak versus the 3-hour peak. So it's very, very important that this is resolved and understood by everyone. My numbers, for what they are worth, is if I look at Lochie Bray, the 3-hour peak was given as 13 vehicles, right? Arup's report said 4 vehicles. And Mr. Diamond said that difference is not statistically significant. A 1-hour number would be 23 vehicles. It's very, very different. So I think it's really important that these numbers are shared with everyone.
Thank you. Mr. Finlay, any thoughts?
I'm surprised the council take the view that they have, because this material relates to sense of the council's 2019 Sistra report, which the council refused to assist with, and which has led to the late production of this document. The first time the council raised this was today. So, as I said, Mr. Diamond's transport assessment has been reviewed by Sistra and the council, as we understood exhaustively. There is no issue with that. So this is trying to put in place a contrast between, to work out what the differences between the Council's 2019 report and Sistra's 2017 report. Sounds as though we're nearing on understanding that difference. But there should be no prejudice to the party. And I commend the Community Council, because it's important you take the view on all the correct information.
Right, well, it doesn't seem as if we can do anything until we actually have the tables, and I think I've got no choice but to cross that bridge when we come to it as to what we choose to do about once the new tables are in. I'm always reluctant to recall witnesses once they've given evidence. Okay. I actually understand that Mr. Beattie will be asking the questions. Now you've heard the Council's questions, is there any revision in the likely time that you think you need?
Well, we didn't actually give a time, I don't think, but I think we could probably cover our questions in about 40 minutes at the outside.
And just to stay, there's no reason to ask questions that have been already asked by the Council, so it's got to be new areas. Okay, Mr. Beattie.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Diamond, thank you. You mentioned that the numbers that are the differences in the queue lengths versus your 2015 Paramix model, and those reported almost anywhere else, 2018 Perth or 2019 PKC Paramix. You say they're not statistically different. Which statistical method did you use to determine that?
Can I just mention two things? It's not our Paramix model. We have no role.
Sorry, okay. I take that back. I beg your pardon. I understand that also. Thanks.
Okay. Statistical significance. I have studied statistics, and it's not. I don't think I used the word statistics in that context this morning either. What I would say is that it is looking at the change, the relative change in the level of queuing. If it goes from 2 vehicles to 4 vehicles, that is 100%. But that's not a significant change in terms of the operational performance of a road network or an approach arm. So my argument is that based on the analysis that we've undertaken, using the Council's Paramix model, that the junction will operate within capacity, based on the LINSIG analysis that we've undertaken.
Okay, so to be clear, we're saying you haven't applied a statistical test, you're using your experience and opinion.
Well, there's not actually a statistical test such as a chi-square test or limits of probability or confidence that you'd apply here. There are statistical tests that we do use in transportation modelling, looking at calibration and validation of models, but this is based on looking at the overall performance of the junction based on 2 scenarios and comparing them. The important thing is that the one test we do use is based on research from TRL looking at the performance of single-leg junctions, which says that if you have a degree of saturation less than 9%, then the junction is within capacity.
Okay, but I'm still coming to the point, you did not do a test, you actually used your experience and opinion to answer that question. Is that right?
I think we used the 90% rule from TRL. And that is the statistical test, I would say, because you actually call it that. That worked. It showed that the junction is operating within capacity.
Sorry, explain the 90% rule. You're saying 90% saturation rule.
Degree of saturation, yes.
Okay, I understand. You also talk about the mean, and you're saying 50% can be above and 50% can be below. You're actually statistically talking about the median rather than the mean.
No, I'm not. Not the middle value, the mean value. The mean value, the average value can be exceeded 50% of the time.
I have to concede it was longer ago that I was at school.
If in a normal distribution, mean and median are the same, and it would be exceeded 50% of the time.
In a normal distribution, the mean and the median would be the same, I would agree. But we've not established this is a normal distribution. But I'm going to move from that point. If I look at the LINSIG model, I'm looking at the main road operations modelling guideline. And you don't, it's tedious, you don't have to go into it, but you can if you wish. But in table 2.2, it suggests that if you wish to validate your LINSIG model, then you need to look at the queue lengths that your model has generated versus observed, and the saturation that your model has generated versus observed. Would you agree?
Can I ask what document you're referring to?
I'm referring to the Main Roads Operational Modelling Guideline, dated July 2018.
Is that a UK document? Is that
it's an Australian document.
I cannot comment on Australian documents. I really can't. I can comment on the LINSIG manual. I can comment on WebTag, which is the Department of Highways England and Department for Transport in London's documentation on calibration and validation of models. But I have no knowledge or recollection of ever having worked in a project in Western Australia.
Okay. Well, let me ask, what do you do to validate your model? This is what they do in Australia. This is actually a recommendation. It's actually a quotation from a LINSIG manual, LINSIG 3, which is the one I hope you would be referring to.
Okay, in LINSIG, we would compare the observed and model queues. We do a base model looking at the existing demand and see what the queues levels are like, and then we would compare that against the modeled information. Given that we got information from the council panoramics model, we use those queues and delays and turning movements to assess the operation of the junction.
Okay. So when, after you ran your model, when did you observe the local queues to show that your model was valid?
Well, it's not a case of observing the queues after the event. What we would do is we've got the queuing information and we've got observed queues, and we make sure that there's no level of queuing which is significantly different, not statistically, so it's significantly different, but not significantly different between observed and model flows, and resulting in observed and model queue levels. So it is a personal judgment about whether or not they are significantly different, and that could be based on looking at new sets of surveys, or it could be based on historic surveys that have been collected by another party.
Okay. When did you observe queue lengths that you compared with? I mean, I know in 2019 you observed queue lengths, but that's after the event to say it's robust. When in the period that you did your modelling did you observe queue lengths to confirm that it complied with your model results?
We took the information and compared it against the panoramics model work, which has been based on a calibrated and validated base.
You did not make an observation at the junction?
We did not compare the model flows with observed flows because the information that we used came from a calibrated and validated base.
Okay. I take a quotation from your 28th of May document to this inquiry, which is a little bit long, but what you say is, consequently, to have traffic turning movements which are similar between 2015 base flows and 2018 traffic surveys, yet a panoramics model which produces queuing data which in most instances is significantly different from those observed during the 2018 traffic surveys, does not instill confidence in the observed surveys undertaken in April 2018. That's a direct quote from you, right? This tells me that you have more confidence in a model than a survey.
I think that's probably true, yes. The model is based on a robust assessment undertaken by the Council of Consultants, SISTRA, and has been used in numerous instances to the local development plan justification and things such as the Crossdale Link Road. So I think it's appropriate that we have full confidence in that model. And as I say, the snapshot 2018 survey does seem to have some fairly long queues, which could be seen as being atypical.
Okay. It's something I've noticed in my career, that people who run models tend to live by models and ignore the real world outside. There is a lot of information out there, and you have clearly not at any stage whilst you were running the model gone and actually made any measurement to reassure yourself that the model is actually giving you credible outputs.
I think I would disagree with that, because we have actually looked at queue lengths as well after the LINSIG analysis was undertaken a couple of months ago, and a lot of the queues that we observed were very similar to what was actually modelled. We're not using the calibration exercise, but just general observations.
All of this is after the event. I mean, you actually submitted information that you said was absolutely robust, but you haven't confirmed it with an observation at the junction. Right, at the time you wrote that report, your analysis of the traffic, stating, well, I'd take the, if you like, the July 12th document, 2018, you stated that you're certain your analysis is robust. And even at that stage, you hadn't actually gone to take a look and see what was really there.
Because our model is based on a calibrated and validated base model prepared by the council and their advisors.
Okay. So in your view, it is not required to actually go and look. If you have a model that you believe in, you don't ever have to go and look.
What I would say is that our original suggestion was to undertake a new survey at the junction, and the council said, no, you don't need to do that, use our traffic model, which is fully calibrated and validated. So the premise that you're suggesting, yes, would be appropriate if we were taking new surveys, but we're basing our analysis on a calibrated and validated base model, which is entirely robust and has been used by the council in numerous instances.
Okay. So as a professional, you were quite satisfied to take the direction from the council that said you don't have to go and look. You personally said, hey, if someone's looked for me, that's okay.
I think what's important is that in accordance with government guidance, we have to agree the scope for any traffic assessment. We put forward our argument that we think we should do a new survey, but the council said, no, we've got a better approach, use our traffic model. It's not for me to disagree with the council if they're so, I wouldn't say prescriptive, but they're very robust in suggesting, as shown by correspondence, that the existing ceramics model should be used as the assessment tool. I trust them. I know these people. I've worked with them on other projects. If they believe that they've got a better approach than the one I was suggesting, then I would agree with that.
Okay. Now, okay, sticking with the theme that you have a valid, robust model and therefore credible results, let's firstly start. We've all recognised that there was an error with the ghost traffic of the hospital. And I don't want to plod through there again, but that was an error, right? It was an error in the input. That error was trivial in your view. Again, trivial is a matter of opinion. It was 40% of the volume.
Again, if you go from 2 to 4, that's 100%. So if you go from 2 to 3, that's 50%. I don't think you need to look at the percentage increase. You look at the actual quantum of the numbers, and it's not a significant change in the difference between the gross and the net figures.
Okay, yeah, 2 to 3. It was 37 actually, and that's maybe trivial, but it is quite a large number in the circumstance.
Over the course of an hour, 37, it's not a big number per 10 seconds or per second.
Can I just ask, the 37 figure, I think, is the difference in PM arrival departure?
No, it's the total difference between the two numbers, but not including the negative balanced out.
Over the AM and PM?
Yes.
So that's over, okay, just so I understand, that's 37 over a 2-hour period?
Yes, but it's over the whole statistic, right? So it's over the AM and PM.
But that's not a big number.
Okay, it's not a big number.
That's a significant number.
It's not a big number, but let me ask a question. If the saturation level at the junction, and God forbid it were, but supposing it were 90%, would 34 cars coming down Lochie Bray be a big number?
I wouldn't have thought so, no.
At saturation?
At saturation, it would not be a big increase in the demand, because 34 over the course of an hour is not a lot per minute.
Okay, so at saturation, you're telling me when we've reached the last straw in the camel's back, you could add another bale?
I'm not.
I think you're back.
I think in the great scheme of things, if you add another 37 vehicles over the course, say, of an hour or even 2 hours, that will not add a lot of queues to the approach arms on Lochie Bray. It just won't, because it's not a significant number over the course of a period. If it's 37 over the course of one cycle, then maybe. Over the course of a model period, no.
So you're saying even when the junction is absolutely full, adding more traffic is not significant?
I think it depends on the quantum and the arrival rate of that traffic. If it's 37 in, say, like 30 seconds, yeah, then maybe it would go over saturation and you get increased queues. But if it's based on a normal profile or an arrival profile as dictated by the ceramics model, then no, it will not.
Okay. I mean, my mathematics say when the input number equals the output number and another number comes to the input, you end up with something called accumulation, which in a traffic model would be a queue. So when you do get to saturation, you have reached a point where all these vehicles actually add to a queue. The input and the output are balanced. my view, because I am a local person, is that Bridge End Junction is mainly oversaturated, and consequently 44 vehicles, in my view, would be significant. But moving on, you did not update the traffic information for 2019. You used 2015 data and didn't update for growth. And you gave an explanation, but you didn't, right?
Again, part of the scoping discussion with the council, they said don't apply any traffic growth. I think that may be because traffic flows at Bridge End have been stabilised, and that's happened across the network in Scotland and south of the border. It's related to economic activity, it's related to car ownership. So if there's stability in traffic flows, then fine, that's the case.
Okay. Okay. You also did not include the traffic resulting from new developments, proposed developments or new developments.
Again, it was discussed with the council and they said don't, and I think the reason for that was that the new developments they considered to be appropriate to be included were already included in the parameters model.
Okay. So now let's be categorical about that. You are telling this inquiry that the model you used was updated for all the developments that were appropriate to your proposal.
I don't mean by all the developments that were appropriate. All I'm saying is that the council said you do not need to include any developments within your analysis. I presume that is because they're already included within the parameters model.
But you do not know whether they were included or not.
I think they were included, but I don't know which ones were included and which ones weren't.
You do not know whether the appropriate models were included in the parametric model. You didn't ask that question?
We asked which developments should be included within our analysis, and they said you do not need to include any developments within your analysis. And I took that as being the correct answer because, as I say, I think they're included in different parameters model.
So professionally, you were quite prepared not to increase the growth of the traffic to take account of normal inflation, and professionally you were quite prepared not to check which developments had been included in the model, right? And then we include the error that you made in assuming the ghost travel traffic from the hospital, and I see these three errors, and I then read the words robust. That doesn't tally. You don't make errors or false assumptions and then claim it's robust.
All I would say is that every single 3 points you just mentioned, they were discussed at length with the council, and as in written correspondence, the council said you do not need to include any committed developments. We agree with regards to the hospital, though that may be an error in hindsight, and we don't need to apply any traffic growth. They are not errors, they were judgments agreed between ourselves and the council. Okay.
So professionally, I mean, you did not feel at the stage you were putting this thing together that it was important for your professional defence at something like this, where someone could question you and say, hey, you didn't do the job properly. You didn't, that did not concern you, and you didn't bother to go back and actually check these things to make sure you could defend yourself against that argument.
I think it's appropriate to make reference to the Scottish Government guidance, as it did present in TAG, Transport Appraisal Guidance, which basically said you agree the scope of an assessment with the local authority. And we did that at length during scoping discussions. And they were not a case of we accept everything the council says. We had robust discussions with the council as presented in emails. But I am professional enough to realise that when you need to do something, you agree with the council and their local knowledge is better than your knowledge. And for instance, when they say don't do new surveys, I think Mr. Marek was categorical and said, for the avoidance of doubt, you will have to use the parametrics model. Also, we agreed in written correspondence that we can discount trips from the old usage of the hospital. And again, in correspondence from the council, they said don't apply growth, again, because of the SISRA work. And also they said don't need to apply any committed development. So my professionalism is totally in line with my professional body's guidance about reaching agreement with the appropriate authorities on undertaking a transportation assessment. The converse of that is if I disagreed with the council on everything, then and presented a TA, which the council did not agree with, we would not be here today. The council would not have accepted that document as it stands because it did not conform to the council agreed requirements.
Okay. Right. Moving on. Yes. You talking specifically about the Bridge End Junction and talking about the exit legs, the egresses from the junction, as you call them. In your model, you represented them as, well, I think you had a choice of having them constrained with saturation flow or infinite capacity, and you elected to put in constrained with saturation flow. Am I correct?
Not quite. On one lane. On one lane. On the movement up Lochte Bay, because I could see that as being very constrained, so we put in a nominal figure. But I think it's important to realise that JCT actually say in the guidance for using LINSIG do not apply any constraints on egresses.
Yes, I recognise that. In fact, this is a very, very serious area of concern for the Council, because our observation is that very frequently the exits are blocked. Every exit, 3 of the exits, have lights close by downstream, and these lights impact on traffic leaving the junction. Consequently, exit blocking is quite common at that junction. I went into the LINSIG manual, page 84. It says, modelling a constrained exit. By a constrained exit, it means a blocked exit at the junction requires care and thought. It is not adequate to model it with saturated flow at the junction exit. So you're confronted with an exit which has, at peak periods, blocked exits. And LINSIG says you are required to use care and thought. What care and thought did you input to ensure that this problem was properly handled by LINSIG?
I think LINSIG is quite clear that you should not actually apply constrained growth on the egresses, but because of the Lochte Bay egress going uphill and then narrow sunlight, we put in a nominal value. If you remove that nominal value, it makes no difference to the operation of the junction. We have undertaken our analysis totally consistent with the guidelines in LINSIG. We actually spoke to JCT, and they said, yes, this JCT agreed that using the model in this location was totally appropriate.
Okay. Now, I have no expertise whatsoever on LINSIG, and you know, my eyes look bleary. I've actually spent many nights reading LINSIG's manuals, which is not very rewarding. But it does advise that if you have a constrained junction, then you ought to measure the underutilised green time. Have you come across that concept?
What do you mean by an underutilised junction?
Okay, so my vehicle is, the light is green, and I'm sitting at the stop line, but I can't move forward because my exit is blocked. So that green time, as a driver, I can't utilise. So by correcting your flow, your junction capacity for underutilised green time, you should be able to partially take account of blocked junctions.
I know LINSIG. I was trained in LINSIG. I don't actually follow your line of argument and your questioning. If it's a junction is blocked, an egress is blocked, LINSIG will take that into account by reassigning the green time. Now, there may be...
Sorry, could LINSIG will say?
Will reassign the green time. Now, if you've got a right... Are you referring to the right turners from the...
I mean, there are several. There is right turn from A93 going to the bridge, and there's traffic, very frequently, traffic coming down Lochte Bay, as illustrated in some photographs you've just seen, have exit blockage and can't get onto the bridge.
Okay. I think I'm of the opinion that the junction has peak period congestion problems, but over the course of the model time period, as I said this morning, it's a very peaky peak. The junction works within capacity. There is not an issue over the course of the model time period at that junction. With regards to the point you're referring to, blocked traffic, the blocked traffic, LINSIG could deal with the right turns, or it's a yellow box there. It can't deal with the yellow box because people go into the yellow box, they're going straight ahead, they're breaking the rules of the road. LINSIG can't cope with that, but it can cope with right turners. We can't deal with people who are doing illegal movements or going to yellow box, which is blocked going ahead. But for the right turners, Lindsec will reassign the green time to allow those right turners to make their movement within what they call the intergreen, which is a period between the end of one phase and the start of the next, to allow full clearance. So there should be no issues at all at the end of the model time period of traffic stuck in a yellow box when you're making a legal movement as opposed to an illegal movement.
Okay, thank you. I'm not, in this case, describing illegal movements, because if your exit is blocked, whether you break the law or not, there's nowhere to move to, right? And I'm saying very frequently the bridge is blocked, and traffic coming down Lochie Bray or traffic turning right on a green light cannot go through. And I'm asking, well, you've partly explained how Lindsay handles this, but I would have thought you have to adjust the inputs in order to correct this.
No, you could put in extra green time to allow additional clearance, but Lindsay, as I say, will reassign the green time over the cycle to allow traffic to make the movement to do the right turn. The only one I can actually talk about is the legal movement going on the yellow box to make the right turn movement. If that's blocked, Lindsay will deal with that. You could do it directly, like additional green time, or you could allow Lindsay to reallocate the green time to allow that to happen itself by changing the minimum green. At the moment, the minimum green is, I can't remember what it is on the system, but you could increase it to 7 seconds, or you could actually, when I say the minimum green, the minimum intergreen, or Lindsay could reallocate the green time to allow that clearance to occur.
Okay, so
you're telling... Just butt in there. What do you mean by reallocate the green time?
Basically, there's a cycle time, and the cycle time is based on, say, like 90 seconds, 120 seconds. If it's fixed cycle, what Lindsay can do is look at the demand on the approaches to the junction, find out where the biggest demand is, it's what they call the Y value, and allocate the green time to the level of demand. So if you've got a bigger demand, you get more green time. If you've got lower demand, you get lower green time.
Does it reflect how the actual traffic lights work, or is that something within?
Well, basically what we did in our report, we were provided with the actual signal timings from Sistra, and we used those signal timings within the report to model the junction.
Okay, your description tells me, and let me feed it back because I may have misunderstood. You said Lindsay deals with this by reallocating green time.
Yeah.
How does the junction deal with it, because it's not running Lindsay?
It's an interesting point. I don't know how the junction will deal with it, because we'll find out maybe later on this afternoon from Mr. Deans, but I believe it's part of the Scoot system. What you could do is put in what they call the controller, different green times to reflect the demands. So if you need more demand on a particular arm and less on another arm, then you could actually control the controller, as it were, to give more green time to that level of demand. You could have intelligent systems which are vehicle actuated, which I don't think this junction is. It actually reflects varying green times and varying cycle times over the course of the period to reflect the changes in demand that occur within each cycle and the approach to the junction.
Okay. What you've described to me is how Lindsay would handle this problem if confronted with it. This is exactly what you would do if you were giving Lindsay a design problem. This junction is like this, and Lindsay would come up with the answers of what the green needs to be. We're not talking about designing a junction. We're talking about observing an operating junction where the exits are blocked a significant part of the time during the rush hour. I'm asking, how has that been handled in your model?
It's not been modelled in our model, because I know of one approach that you could argue that is the right turn from the A93 going across the bridge, where there's no demand at all from our development. What Lindsay can do is to look at the demands there and see that there's quite a large queue doing the right turn and reallocate that green time. When it goes across the bridge, Lindsay can't deal with that because it's a standalone junction assessment.
Okay, you're still describing what Lindsay could do, but not actually what it does when it's modelling reality. And, you know, I'm trying to see how close we're getting to reality here.
I think we're very close to reality, because we've undertaken a Lindsay analysis using demand flows provided by Sistra, using the green times and the cycle splits, what they call the allocation of the green time, provided to us again by CISRA, which they've downloaded from the controller. So we're actually basing our analysis on information that is in the public domain that actually shows how the junction currently operates. What I'm saying is that based on that, the junction will, I believe, only will operate within capacity over the course of the model period, but there are periods within that where you've got a longer queue, such as, for instance, the right turn going across into Perth from the A93.
Okay, but I think I'm still reading that you haven't put in any specific, underutilised green time or anything like that to handle exit blocking. There is nothing that you have physically put into your model, the specific model you're using of Bridgend, that would demonstrate or would mitigate the unaccounted for exit blocking.
What I would say is that we've based our Linsig analysis on what the junction currently operates at, which is from the single specification, which is within the CISRA report, which we have used. So by changing that, we could be criticised for not representing reality. We have used what the current junction actually operates at.
Okay. I come back to the point that there's much, much more confidence being placed in you on the model, and it's not being backed up at all by observation. And that, to me, feels quite vulnerable. And certainly the observations that have been cited by the Council and will be cited by the Community Council will show that the lengths of queues that you are saying are a good representation of the junction are very, very, very different to reality. And given that the calibration of your model is dependent on comparing the model queues with reality, I think you've got a model that doesn't work.
I would totally disagree with that, because our model is based on information provided by a calibrated and validated Perth area-wide model, the Paramix model. The signal specification that we've used in our Linsig analysis has come from the existing signal specification used by the Council. So I think it is robust, and it's also showing that there are queuing problems over a short period of time, but overall the junction will work within capacity even when you include development-related trips.
Okay. Just for clarification, because we have difficulties between what's statistically significant and what isn't. What, in your view, is a short period of time?
Can you explain the context?
Well, you're saying there's queues that dissipate in a short period of time.
Right.
You've actually written it down. They dissipate short period of time.
Within 1 or 2 cycles, we observed when we did our survey a few weeks ago that the queues on the A93 for the right turns and also in Lofty Bray would remove one queue of vehicles would dissipate within 1 cycle or 2 cycles maximum. On Lofty Bray, I didn't see any instance where a vehicle actually waited more than 2 cycles.
Okay.
I think it occasionally does happen on the right turn, on Lofty Bray and any other junction approach. The queues disappear within 1 cycle. And I think it's reasonable for a driver to experience 1 cycle of single time. I think it's a 2-minute cycle time. The other thing I would say is that the pedestrians seem to get called every single cycle. Now, I think there are instances where pedestrian call is not actually required. So that's if there was a more intelligent single specification that only had pedestrians being able to cross the road when the call button was pushed, then that would make it a more efficient junction as well.
Okay. Coming back to the statistics, you cite 2 observations in May of the traffic at Bridgend. Does 2 observations constitute a significant input to how that junction performs? You say in your own report that day to day there's variation. Are you sure that 2 days is a robust basis for telling us your model's good?
Indeed I do, because it was 2 days of surveys, but I have been to the junction at Bridgend on numerous occasions, both on this project and previous projects. So I've observed queues on a number of occasions, and I stand by the assertion we made earlier today and also within in our reports.
And yet in your report you have an observation of 120 vehicles queuing on the A93. You don't mention it in the text, but you do have 120 vehicles. That's a little bit different to what Linsig shows anywhere.
think there is an issue, as I've said a few times, that there's a short period within the morning peak where there are a large queue of right-turning vehicles, and I've not tried to hide that in any way, shape or form in anything I've done. What I would say, though, is that I think that level of queuing vehicles, none of which relates to the development trips from Murray Royal, will disappear within a maximum of 2 cycles. I think that's an important point. It's a maximum of 2 cycles, and it occurs over a very, very short period of time.
Well, you know,
the information on that is actually provided in the 2019 CISR report.
the people in Bridgend will be very, very relieved to hear that, I can tell you. Just one other point. Most of my focus has been on your 2015 base case analysis. If the base case was, in fact, absolutely full, and we are suffering serious congestion, then I would contend that the small amount of transport you are adding does make a difference. But I just go on to pick on one point. You say in the morning this is quite a trivial effect. I think you told us it was 3 vehicles or something like that, right? And I'm not going to argue that. I think you're right. In the afternoon, there's quite a big effect. There's 23 vehicles difference if you'd actually added the hospital trips back in. These 23 vehicles are turning up backwind to get up to the hospital. Right? They are turning right, they are coming along the A85, turning right up backwind to get to the hospital. 23 vehicles in an hour, I believe it's in an hour's period, right? Behind it are all the vehicles going straight ahead to the A93, which are blocked to allow these 23 vehicles to turn right, which sadly can't turn right because they have no priority. The vehicles coming straight from the A93 Scone direction coming towards the city, these vehicles have priority. So 23 additional vehicles, which you didn't show, are going to be blocking the A85 in an afternoon.
23 vehicles is 1 vehicle every 2 minutes, and the Linsig model does actually include that within the analysis. If you look at the Linsig manual and also the Linsig decks, you'll see there's a different little circle in blue which models that scenario you've described.
Sorry, I've misunderstood my question. You underestimated the vehicles in the afternoon by 23 vehicles by subtracting the ghost traffic from the hospital. These 23 vehicles are turning right to go up Colwind towards the Murray Royal. These vehicles are not in your Linsig assessment because you made an error by subtracting these vehicles from the hospital. 23 vehicles in an hour turning right, blocking the A85 is not shown in your model.
I would say that 23 vehicles is 1 vehicle every 2 minutes. I don't think it's an error in the context of the discussion we had with the council. If you added the 23 vehicles in, again, it's 1 vehicle every 2 minutes. I do not think that is a material change in the operation of the network or Bridgend Junction. It's not a significant value. Okay,
can I come back? You say you don't think it is an error. You just agreed earlier it was an error that you had excluded that traffic.
No, I think I said in the context of modelling Bridgend Junction, it is not an error. We agreed it with the council. That's happened. On hindsight, the council may have said you have to include that because the hospital was closed at the time. But in terms of our analysis, it wasn't an error because we agreed it with the council. Sorry,
the facts of life are not what you agree with the council. The facts of life is whether that hospital traffic was there or not. It wasn't there. You assumed it was. Therefore, it was an error. Let's use the right words.
Again, I would say to you again, we agreed the scope of the analysis in detail with the council.
Okay. So I take that as an error in my personal reading. But you haven't answered me about these additional 23 cars, which you say that's a car every 2 minutes. Do you realise how long it takes a car to turn right at Lochie Bray on the rush hour when all the vehicles are coming from Scone? I would believe you don't get a right turn every 2 minutes up that road. And the omission of these 23 vehicles is far from trivial. It's a very, very serious difference in the outputs of your model.
I would disagree with that because the 23 vehicles can make the move because they can make the move when there's a gap in the oncoming vehicles because when the traffic is stopped coming from the A93, there's a lag there to allow vehicles to make the movement they need to do. They do the right turn up the back line. The thing is, there's not a lot of demand that does that. You said 23 vehicles. Not all those 23 vehicles were doing that right turn.
It's 20 vehicles returning to Murray Royal. It's your development scheme. They would be making that turn. And I will point out that there is a continuous white line that means the vehicles cannot get up to the junction because it is a single lane and it's blocked. So for these vehicles to get to the junction, it will take longer than the lag time you've allowed for in the lights. I'm giving an example of something that, hey, this happens every day. You haven't considered it, your model hasn't demonstrated it, and you're telling me it's trivial.
No, I would say the Dunsing model we built actually looks at that right turn. Specifically, there's actually a key element in the model that shows a blue dot that shows how we've modelled it properly. The other thing I would say is that those 23 vehicles you're referring to won't all be going out the back wind. They'll be making other movements, and there is enough intergreen to allow traffic who does want to do that right turn to actually make their movement.
Okay,
We actually modelled the junction properly.
I'm not contesting that the Linsig model does not allow right turns. What I am saying is you missed 23 vehicles at rush hour, most of which would want to make a right turn against continuous traffic, and I think it makes a significant difference.
I don't know why those 20 vehicles were doing the right turn. They could be coming from other approach arms.
Okay. Okay. We've no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a few questions.
Before you do, and forgive me for rudely interrupting, the figures that Mr. Diamond requested have been produced have in fact already been produced. And given your desire indicated not to have to recall any witness, there are figures that Mr. Diamond can speak to this afternoon, if necessary. So I was just wish to raise with you at this stage whether you would like him to deal with those figures at all, and if at all, when.
Well, I think the issue is, will the other parties have seen these figures?
Well, I was going to suggest a short adjournment so that they could be provided to the other parties and yourself, and indeed Mr. Diamond, who hasn't seen them either, to see what progress, if any, can be made thereafter. It's, as I understand from what Mr. Diamond has said earlier, all the information was available in the original, in the printouts that accompanied the sister material, so it's a mathematical exercise. That, I understand, has been done by his assistant this afternoon. No doubt people may want to check the accuracy of those in due course, but if the desire is to have Mr. Diamond's evidence in one go, then I'm very keen that he be given the opportunity of dealing with that.
Let us have a small adjournment, and if you can speak to the other parties, and if we can agree that it's a matter that all has to happen is that Mr. Diamond explains what it is, and if parties they feel comfortable that they've had a chance to understand it and to incorporate it in their evidence, and that's fine. If not, we'll have to come up with another plan. So let us try that, and let's see what happens. So, how long do you need?
If we said until, if we had 15 minutes, because I need 1 minute to hand them out to other parties. It's more how long they need, and they won't know the answer to that.
Right. Okay, so we come back at 3:15 then, and I will hear what the other parties have to say as to how we best deal. There's other options. If I don't want anyone to feel uncomfortable and being rushed. Okay, so we'll meet again at 3:15.
So we'll give you a copy too.
Wants to reflect. So just if I can share with you my understanding of the situation this morning, under cross-examination there was a discussion between Mr. Elliott and Mr. Diamond about whether certain figures were related to a peak period or a peak hour. And obviously, if I'm to be led to believe certain data is compatible, I need to understand the context and whether that's the case. So we now have a table produced which is for a peak hour. Now, perhaps there's some choices as to how the inquiry deals with that. Perhaps this is just a simple matter of substituting documents, and any conclusions I should draw can be safely left to closing submissions. Alternatively, perhaps we need to have a little mini inquiry where Mr. Finlay can ask Mr. Diamond to explain the documents, and then Mr. Elliott and the Community Council may ask questions solely in relation to those matters. Perhaps it is simply a matter that we can put in for an exchange of further written submissions, or perhaps one of the parties have an alternative suggestion. So I'd like to go around the parties and hear their views on that. So, Mr. Elliott, what's your advice as to how the inquiry should deal with this?
Thank you, sir. We've been looking at the figures, and there's one in particular we have an issue of. We're not convinced it's on the basis of the background information you've got that it is accurate. We have not quite finalised that. And I think the best thing is, rather than hold it up with an inquiry within an inquiry, which will take more time, and as I say, we haven't quite finished that and looked at the TA, then it may be just appropriate to leave it through in submissions.
So your advice is that we have a separate exchange of written submissions on this new information?
Right at this moment, I would leave, I think, need another short adjournment to proceed in any sort of level of or mini inquiry. However, the alternative would be simply to, I mean, I'd be happy with closing submissions, quite frankly, just deal with it in closing submissions.
Okay, close is a good answer. Community Council, any thoughts or comments?
Just a brief comment on it. I mean, what we actually have is the result from two models. We're not actually talking, in this case, observations. And we are seeing quite a substantial difference between what ARRT reported in 2015 and what, in fact, is reported from a model run. And Mr. Diamond tells us that the models are good, but it's giving us answers very, very different. So I would just want the reporter to record that there are two models giving significant differences to the same equation, albeit at different times, but take account of the fact that Mr. Diamond didn't update his model to this time, so which is the reality of when the traffic would be coming. So that would be our comment.
I hear that. I hear what you say. In terms of the practicalities of inquiry, would you agree with Mr. Elliott's suggestion that this is a matter that can be addressed in closing submissions?
Yes.
Mr. Finlay?
So, I mean, in general terms, I'm very content with Mr. Elliott's point. However, it would make sense, because this is a document that's been produced quickly, if there's a concern about the accuracy of any figures, then there's no reason why that shouldn't be, outside of the inquiry, agreed between the parties, because it is simply a mathematical figure, and there's no desire by, I'm sure, by either party to put something before you that is inaccurate. That can then be dealt with by closing submission once we have a final document. So subject to that little nuance, I would agree with Mr. Elliott's proposal.
Okay, well that seems to be consensus then. So if I can leave the parties, if I can leave the council to speak to the appellant's team to check that they're happy. Otherwise, I will await with interest comments that will be made in due course in the closing submissions. I have some questions for Mr. Diamond. Before I go into that, just thinking about what we're going to achieve for the rest of the day, Mr. Finlay, any thoughts on the length of time for re-examination?
I would hope probably about 20 minutes.
Would it be realistic after my questions and Mr. Diamond's re-examination for us to hear evidence in chief for Mr. Deans? Would that be a realistic target for today, or are we going to... Mr. Ellett, what do you think?
We can obviously review it at that time. I did say originally that I intended to, with Mr. Dean's reading the proclamation and me asking questions. I think with what we've heard today, I would intend simply asking the questions rather than reading out the proclamation. Hopefully that quickens things. And obviously this is something which don't necessarily need to touch on any great deal of detail. That's for future. I think it would be possible to achieve the chief.
Okay. Possible, or I mean, I don't want to put you under pressure. Or is your preference that we, after Mr. Diamond, we call it a day?
Assuming that your finish time is about 5 o'clock, which I think we've said previously, and I think we could achieve the chief.
Let's push it forward then. Right. So for Mr. Diamond and the other other witnesses who are going to give evidence, I've got initially a set of generic questions. So you might want to hear what I ask Mr. Diamond. So, Mr. Diamond, in the general case now, leaving aside this particular development proposal, what issues would you observe at a junction that was at or over capacity?
If it was over capacity, I would expect to see significant levels of stationary vehicles. I would expect to see, if there's a pedestrian facility, that if the pedestrian facility was removed, then vehicles would be able to flow more easily. I think I would expect to see, it depends what junction modelling package we're dealing with. If it's what we call junctions, which is looking at roundabout priority junctions, we talk about something called RFC, ratio flow to capacity. If you get an RFC of greater than 1, then the level of queuing increases asymptotic, which means that small increases in demand results in a massive increase in queuing vehicles and delays. For Linsig, which is slightly different, because we're dealing with degrees of saturation, I would expect to see, as I say, stationary queues and delays experienced by those queuing vehicles.
And in the general case, do junctions suddenly fail, or is there kind of like an incremental build-up?
It's an incremental build-up based on demand and demand profile.
And in your experience, what sort of daily or seasonal variations would be normal?
Taking the latter first, seasonal variation, you have significant seasonal variation in the UK. Over the summer, traffic demand on the local and strategic road networks drops significantly because of people taking holidays. In certain locations, such as in the Western Isles, I've noticed that demand increases because of tourist traffic. So it depends where you are, but generally in Scotland, in the urban area, and towns like Perth, demand in the holiday periods, Easter, the summer, and Christmas, drops significantly. There's also monthly variation. We often like to do surveys in 2 neutral months, which are seen as May and October, because there's no high levels or no low levels. That's seen as the representative months. Similarly, during the day, we like to do surveys, we were talking about this earlier on, not including Wednesday, because historically in Scotland we have half-day opening Wednesday, so we do a survey on a Tuesday, or I quite like doing them on Mondays or Thursdays. We don't do them on Fridays because more people are taking Fridays off as part of their contracts. The demand drops on the Friday now. Historically, Friday was seen as the busiest day, But now it's not at all, because as I say, people are taking Fridays off. And
I'm just interested, is there such a concept as a normal day?
a normal day, that's a good point.
Could the variations be so large and variable that actually there's no such thing as a normal day?
I think you can have a representative day, and I would call that a survey or a day in May or October on a Tuesday or a Thursday when there's no school holidays. We're in June just now, and June's a curious month because you would do surveys in the first week of June, but I would say you would never do surveys in mid-June or afterwards because school kids are off or they're studying for exams. So June is a hybrid month, as is August.
In your opinion, are there any arms of the junction, the Bridge End junction, which are more important than others?
More important? That's a good question. I would normally say that all arms of the junction have equal importance because the users see their approach arms as being of equal importance. In terms of there being an issue, I think the right turn offside lane from the A93 is an important aspect. One thing we haven't crossed on is that the approach from the A93, there's significant unequal queuing. We have observed, and I don't think it's been queried, the near side lane, that is the lane nearest the curb. There's next to no demand on that, so that's people going straight ahead or left at Lochie Bray. There's no queues there at all. The queuing occurs in the offside lane, which is why I'm thinking that there could be measures to be introduced to improve that. So if I was asked to redesign that junction, not in terms of physical improvements, I don't think that can really be done to improve its operation, I would be focusing on the amount of green time given to the offside lane on the arm.
I was wondering more in terms of a lot of the discussion has been about the Lochie Bray arm of the junction, particularly in the morning peak. Mm-hmm. Would you share that that's the crunch thing for this proposal, or is it more complicated than that?
I think it's slightly more complicated, but I do think that from my observations, Lochie Bray is not a problem approach arm to the junction in the peak periods. I think there have been evidence of large queues, but I think they're in sensor aberrations. I think that is not the normal occurrence, because when I've been out on site, both in this project and my active travel project I've done for TACTRAN, Lochie Bray in the morning peak was not a major issue, but I do accept the morning peak, the offside lane on the A93 is an issue. I think in the evening peak there is an issue from Newtown End, crossing the bridge. But again, Lochie Bray in the evening peak is not an issue. And I have to say as well, near the A93.
In your view, what is the threshold of an unacceptable impact on a junction?
In terms of
queue lengths, time delay, whatever metric you want to take.
I think there's two aspects. I think going theoretical, Lindsay says if it's a degree of saturation of less than 90, there's not an issue. I think it's all to do primarily with the driver perception and driver what they're willing to accept. I think most drivers are willing to accept in the peak periods 2 cycles of this traffic signal operation before they get frustrated. And if the cycle time here is say 120 seconds, so that's 240 seconds, so 3 minutes, I think we'd be people begin to get a bit annoyed. And maybe actually change the travel behaviour, depending on what people do, to change the time they make their journey. Flexible working in this country has done wonders for reducing the impact in the peak periods. So flexible working is one issue. Another issue potentially could be to look at the level of queuing on the other approach arms to see if there's a minimal level of queuing and have additional queues there to allow benefit to the right turn from the A93. So I think in terms of acceptability, I think rather than queue length, it's what drivers perceive as acceptable waiting time. I would imagine a couple of cycles of a traffic signal control junction in the peak period would be the threshold.
And in your opinion, how large would the development on the proposed site have to be before we reached unacceptable levels to the junction?
I've not done that analysis because I've just looked at the level of demand predicted by the development content, and that shows that there is no problem. There's minimal demand at new trips associated with the development, whether or not you take off the old hospital trips. So I would imagine, without having done analysis, you probably double the size of the housing development before you get problems on the junction, on the Lochte approach to the junction. But as I say, it's not an assessment I've ever had to do.
Could Lochie Bray be an unusual, fragile arm on a junction, which sometimes it works okay, but for whatever reason, every now and again, there are big queues?
I think it happens at all junctions around the country. If an event that happens, it could have a knock-on effect, such as an increased level of queuing. What I would say about Lochie Bray is its topography is quite unusual. It is steep, and the vertical width does vary, and that does act as a traffic calming measure in itself, because drivers should be perceptive of the change in the surrounding environment. And that does affect capacity at junctions. So I don't think there's anything particularly unique about Lochie Bray. What I would say, though, is that it's got quite an unusual topography, horizontal and vertical alignment, if you want to get technical. But generally, I don't think Lochie Bray is of primary concern with regards to this development.
Okay, thank you. That was my standard questions. So, on more specific points, how do you know that the traffic survey you took in May is representative, whereas the council's survey in April 18 was atypical?
I think the easy answer to that point is that the queues and the behaviour of drivers on the approach to the junction seem to be reflective of the modelling work that we undertook and also that SISRA undertook. I think as well that some of the queue lengths that were shown from the council survey, say at Lochie Bray, has never been replicated. I think that's a key issue. That's not been replicated, whereas the work that we've done seems to be consistent with other models. So I think it's that point I would emphasise, the ability to actually replicate what's been seen, and I don't think the council survey has got any other precedence. If you were to do that survey again today or any time this week, you would not get those levels of queuing vehicles that we seem to observe. Hence my comment that it may have been some form of event that caused that.
Can I just take you to your technical note dated the 12th of July? It's CD2N. I think actually it probably appears in a number of documents numbers. It's your memo. So this was your memo written in July 2018 in response to the council's April 18 Q survey.
Right.
Have you got it there?
No, I don't with the hand, I'm afraid.
I just wanted to check with you. Is the point you're making in that and I'm sure someone can get it to you if you do need to see it. Is the point you're making in that analysis that even with the 2018 council information, if you put that data into LINSIG, it would still show that the junction was working at capacity?
Is this in reference to the comparison table that we were talking about earlier on this morning?
Yes. Have we got a copy for Mr. Diamond? I don't want to lead you. I'm sure. So it's really, I read it and I wanted to make sure that I took from it what you were hoping that the reader did, and perhaps I misunderstood. But is the key point that you're making in that technical note that even with the April 18 observed queuing, that Linsig would still show it worked in any event?
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I've just seen the queuing. Though I would say that there is a lot of large. There's the 2018 survey from the council, some significant queuing vehicles there. So I do think that there are some form of aberration that happened that day.
Yes. So, but my essential point is: am I right? Am I correct in my interpretation that the key point you wanted to get across to me, well, to the reader of this at the time, was that even with the traffic observed by the council on April 2018, that if you ran that data in Linsig, it would still show there wasn't an unacceptable degree of saturation?
That's correct. I was buying myself some time there. I've just looked at the results, and that's the case.
So that is the case. And how is that compatible with the length of queues that were actually observed on the day and you were taken to the photographs? Does it mean a junction could work well under 90% capacity, but nonetheless have queues right the way back up to Cannocky Road?
Well, I think there's two different things there. It's what was observed and what we've been able to model. I think, as I said previously, Linsig is able to optimise traffic signals to change the green times. So I think based on the Linsig analysis, the queue lengths have been reduced because it's been able to reallocate green times. It's what they call an objective function. Objective function is to minimise delay across the whole network. And Linsig's got it's very intelligent. It's able to do that.
So extending that, so if, I appreciate this is hypothetical, but if the development happened and if we experienced the kind of queues that were shown in the photographs to you this morning, there would be recourse to the council to reconfigure the traffic signal junctions, and Linsig would show it works.
Yeah, I think I agree with the council. You can't do anything physical because of the way it's built up. But I think there's opportunities to improve the operation based on the signal timings and potentially, in particular, the pedestrian phase. Because I have seen instances where pedestrians seem to be called, but as in it's a pedestrian phase, but no one's actually called it. Mm-hmm. That's what we call a lost time. So you could have a more intelligent operation of the junction.
Okay, thank you. So just from my own personal observation of how the junction works in the peak period, if you were coming down Lochie Bray and you wanted to turn right, when the green light shows, sometimes you can be blocked by cars coming straight across, coming towards me, and also you can be blocked by queues forming, backing up from the people turning off the bridge. How would Linsing deal with that situation?
If you're coming down Lochie Bray, you should only have to give way to traffic coming towards you because you can't do the right turn from the bridge.
No. So people from the bridge are turning left.
Right.
Okay. And that backs up from the traffic light where the road forks.
The 94
so
junction.
I think this is the point the Community Council made, that sometimes green's to go, but you can't actually physically make that turning.
Okay, I've actually got the signal phasing here that was supplied to us by Sistra, and there is a right turn, as you say, from Lochie Bray. What Lindsay would look at is what the demands are for making the movements and allocate the green time there. And just to allow traffic, in the first instance, traffic coming towards you, if traffic is so great coming towards you, you can't make your move. There's enough what they call intergreen to allow you to make the move. There's usually about 2-3 vehicles. You're stuck in the yellow box. You are legally allowed to stay there and do the right turn. In the peak period, I've not actually seen queues forming back from the split, the 40, 93 and 84 junction back to Bridge End. But I would imagine that was, again, is only a short period of time. It could be because of the activity by the developments, and the residential developments and the retail developments on the western side of the 93 impeding traffic. Another thing that could be happening is that there's at least one bus stop there. So if there's a bus there stopped, that could mean that there's queues of traffic behind it coming from the bridge, meaning that people coming from Lockerbie cannot do the right turn. Again, that's just a short period movement, but the level of queuing that you're suggesting caused by the 93 and 94 Fort, I've now seen that, and no one ever suggested that's an issue in the evening peak. From Lochie Bray, so if traffic is doing the right. According to the signal timings, that shouldn't happen because the offside lanes for right turners and the near side lanes for left turners and aheads. That's interesting because that's a single staging and it suggests that there's a dedicated offside lane. Right, okay, so people are in the wrong lane.
The way I observed it, and initially that was, I can only go at a certain time, people who wanted to go straight on seemed to be in the right-hand lane.
That's curious because that's contrary to the phasing diagram. So it may be that people are potentially in the wrong lane, or maybe some lane markings needs to be redone. But looking at the diagram, the staging diagram that was supplied to us by Sistra, it's the near side lane is for straight aheads and lefts, and it's the offside roads for right turners. Which is logical when you think about it.
Okay. I've lost that one by now. Can I just take you to the corrected APP 12? Can you just talk me through what is that showing and what conclusions do you think I should take from that?
Again, if you can give me some time to try and get that document.
That's corrected?
Yes, just trying to get that corrected document. Do you have a spare version of it? I have it. Either way. Cheers. Okay, it's a box within which there are 4 boxes. The 2 boxes at the top left is the 2018 Council Survey results, morning peak, and the one to the right of that is the evening peak, and below that you've got the 2015 base ceramics model. Bottom left-hand corner is the morning peak, and bottom right-hand corner is the PM peak.
So the purpose is to allow comparisons between the base model you used and the actual traffic flows that that were derived from the Council's 2018 data, unrelated to the queue length.
Indeed, yeah, and to show that it looks like there's not a significant difference between the model flows, which again show that there's a valid model that was used in the first instance prepared by SISRA.
Okay, thank you. And my last one, do you have any updated view of the likely phasing of your client's proposal in relation to the Cross-Tay Link Road? Now we've been given more up-to-date information about when the project will be committed, as well as when your client's site is likely to start, bearing in mind the appeal proceedings.
My position is, and always has been, that the provision of the Cross-Tay Link Road is not linked to this development. I think this development is not generating sufficient number of traffic to cause an issue that requires Cross-Tay Link Road to provide a resolution. So this development is not predicated on the Cross-Tay Link Road being provided.
I understand that. Notwithstanding that is your position. I think that Mr. Finlay put a point to you that all your clients' development wouldn't turn up once. What is your assumed phasing in terms of the number of units and therefore the likely traffic before the Cross-Tay Link Road becomes committed?
I don't know the exact numbers. There's two phases of development, but given that I think the first phase is much smaller than the second phase, I don't think there's any need to link the Cross-Tay Link Road with this development.
I'm just basically trying to work out what is the period where it's like I appreciate you don't accept the need for phasing. I appreciate you don't accept there's a linkage between the Cross-Tay Link Road, but I'm just trying to get in my mind how much traffic, how many units are likely to be built before the Cross-Tay Link Road becomes a committed project.
I'm afraid I don't know the precise answer to that one.
Okay, thank you. Right, that's all my questions. Any examination?
Thank you, Mr. Diamond. Almost there. If you take AP 12 corrected, which is the document we were just looking at, if we look at the either morning AM peak period and look at the amount of vehicles wishing to turn right coming down Lockheed Bray in that peak period, which is the issue the reporter was asking you about a moment or two ago, one can see that in the PKC traffic study survey data during that period, there are only two.
Yeah, I just noticed that as well. There are actually only two vehicles from the survey that actually went to that right time you were describing.
Was the Paramix model actually modelled up to 9 doing that?
Yes, that's true as well, yes.
And in terms of, it's been assumed that all vehicles from this development will come down Lockheed Bray in the morning. But in terms of the likely intended direction of, I think it's 50 vehicles or thereabouts in that peak hour period. No one, I think, has disputed that figure. Where are the majority of those vehicles likely to be heading?
That's a good question. There are a number of what they call trip ends. Most of them, I suspect, will be heading towards Perth. But there's also opportunities to head towards Dundee and take different routes to get to Dundee, or also perhaps go towards Cooperangus. So there are different routes that people could take. But as a worst case, it has been assumed primarily in the model that most of the traffic, if not all the traffic, would use Lockheed Bray.
But in terms of the splits that we see here, would you anticipate a different split, i.e., if one takes the traffic survey, the majority goes straight on, a significant minority turns left, and a very small minority turns right. And the same could be said of all the model data. Would that be what you would expect?
Yeah, along those lines.
Yes, thank you. You can put that to one side. If you could have out the transport assessment, please. And just in terms of the document that was produced this afternoon, which I think is, perhaps we should call this APP, I think 16. Confirm what you said this morning at lunchtime. The impact assessment on Bridgend Junction is based on the Lindsay model. Is that correct?
Correct, yes.
And the inputs into that model were was there any disparity between peak period or peak hour for the inputs into that one?
No, there wasn't. The analysis that we undertook was based on peak hour, and it was a provision of information in that report we're looking at this morning. It's peak hour.
And you explained why you preferred your use of that over the model, the sister model. In terms of APP-16, is there anything in that causes you to change your opinion in your transport assessment?
No, not really at all. I was just looking at the numbers. I've done spot checks for about 60% of the numbers, and I was able to replicate it based on the information that Sister provided. So I'm more than happy to talk to the council afterwards to find out which one they were wondering about. Maybe it's one of the ones I didn't look, but all the other ones I was able to replicate the numbers directly from the sister work that was undertaken.
Thank you. And then if we go back to a point that you were being asked on behalf of the Community Council about. If you remember, we went through in chief looking at table 6.2 and comparing it with 6.4. And I think it was accepted by the Community Council in terms of AM departures. There wasn't a significant difference between 53 for the total development and 50 for the net difference. But it was the PM peak arrivals that the head of steam by the Community Council was built up on as there being a 23 vehicle difference. That was the figure that was put to you, but you weren't actually taken to the tables. If you go to look at peak hour arrivals for in terms of generated trips, you have a figure of 49.
Correct.
When that was netted off, it came down to 39.
Correct.
So the difference is in fact 10, not 23.
Indeed, it's correct.
And insofar as you said 23 wouldn't make a difference, what would your answer be in respect of the difference was only 10?
Even less of an impact.
Three issues were put to you by the Community Council as suggesting that your analysis was not robust. Traffic growth was one. Has it been suggested to you by the Council at the time, or even up until today, that there was an error in your approach by not taking into account traffic growth?
It's definitely not.
In terms of the committed development, I think you made it clear this morning that insofar as development was committed, it would be included in the appropriate version of the model whenever the run was made. Has the contrary been suggested to you by the Council, or are you aware of the Council taking a different view?
I'm not, sir.
And in terms of we've just been looking at the difference between with hospital traffic and without hospital traffic, and you've given your answers on that, so I won't ask you about that. Thank you. I think you answered this in further questions to the Community Council and indeed the reporter. But is your experience of this junction just limited to 2 days in May this year?
No, most definitely not. I know this junction pretty well over the years based on other projects I've worked on, one of the primary ones being the active travel study and audits we've undertaken on behalf of TACTRAN, during which I observed this junction a number of times when we're looking at active travel routes between Gannockie, Spoon, Bridgend to the wider area. And that report is on the TACTRAN website.
Now, if we could go back to the start of the Council's cross-examination, or near the start of it. In terms of the system modelling that the Council suggested you use, did that simply model Bridge End Junction, or did it model the east side of the Tay, the east side of the city, as far as you're aware?
No, the model that we were given information about only looked at the area immediate vicinity of Bridge End. It did not look at the Perth city centre. It was Bridge End and the site access area.
Bridge End and the site access area?
In the site access area, it did not cross over the River Tay to look at Perth.
And in terms of the inputs in the SISPA system, I think it's being suggested to you that that might be insufficient, that the SISPA system should perhaps have looked at a wider area. Has that ever been suggested to you before by the Council?
No, not at all. During scoping discussions, they were quite clear what area was of interest to them, and it was not discussed to look at the area to the west.
And again, following on the vein of earlier questions, do you consider that that is a reasonable approach, or do you consider there's a defect by not looking at a wider area?
No, I think it's a reasonable approach because this is a smallish housing development on the eastern outskirts of Perth, which is not generating a lot of trips. Therefore, it would not be appropriate or effective to look at the wider spatial context because the percentage impact of traffic associated with development would not cross the thresholds that have been identified in guidance such as the ID guidance.
Now, you were then taken to the Council's survey, and you weren't actually taken to the figures, you were taken to the photographs, and you were asked to draw conclusions from the photographs. But if we just put the photographs to one side at the moment, I think the reporter asked you this question in your evidence in chief. Are you challenging the evidence of the observation evidence of queue lengths that day?
Challenge is a good question, good point. I think I would challenge in the context. I don't think it's representative of day-to-day operation at the junction.
No, yes, but in the sense of, are you suggesting that those observations are inaccurate or weren't taken?
I have no knowledge to say they're done wrongly or were inaccurate. I would say they are potentially not typical of the situation.
So if those queue lengths match up with the photographs, then in terms of what Mr. Witt was putting to you in terms of the photographs, would you take issue with?
Yes, I probably would. Yeah.
There was, I think, based on a short paragraph in the Council's statement of case and Mr. Dean's recognition, three issues were put to you, I think, in relation to the Bridge End Junction or Rocky Brae, in fact, not Bridge End Junction. The first was about a school bus having a problem. Apart from one sentence in both of those two documents, have you seen any evidence from the Council which suggests how often or how much of a problem that is?
No, I have not, sir.
And would that be something that you could take into account without greater detail?
Without any greater detail, I don't see how you could take that into account. It's unclear how often that happened or what it related to.
I think there were also problems of people driving up one particular route the wrong way, or and there are, again, have you seen any evidence which allows you to estimate the extent or significance of the problems the Council is relating to?
No, I have not seen any evidence to that.
Good. Again, in terms of your own observations in May of this year, it was pointed out by the Council, and you accepted, that there were roadworks in Athol Street. Is that something that you noted in your own report on the, I can take you to it if necessary, but
I think I did mention that there were roadworks in Apple Street as well.
If there's any doubt, we can check that, but I think you definitely did, and said you took it into account in your conclusions. But if there are roadworks, is that likely to make the system more or less congested?
It's the nature of the roadworks, I guess, and when and where they are located. I think what's happened is that there's been reassignment of trips associated with those roadworks, and that it suggested, based on observations, longer queues on the approach to the junction from Dundee, the 85, as traffic reassigned to find an alternative route.
Okay. Now, just picking up a question from the reporter as to when a junction might fail, again, taking either the photographs that the council took or indeed some that the Community Council take showing the junction under pressure, if I can use a non-technical term, but hopefully reasonably descriptive. The fact that that happens from time to time, is that an indicator that the junction itself is coming close to failure?
No, it's not. It's not. A term I often use is a junction operating under stress, and I think if there is an issue, it's a very, very narrow period of time. The other point I would make is that if you do have a location where there is excessive queuing, be it in Perth or elsewhere, you do not look at mitigation for those unusual events. You mitigate against the normal day-to-day operation of a network or a particular location within that network.
And so if you're to do that, do you have regard to the average maximum queue length or the maximum queue length?
That's a good question. I would go for the average maximum queue length.
And in terms of the average maximum queue lengths, if that's what they are in the APP-16, is there anything in there that causes you to change your evidence?
No, not at all. Not at all. I'd say I've checked some of the numbers. I think the council's suggested one number may not be correct, but ones I've looked at were correct, and it doesn't seem to be a general change in overall trends.
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. That's your shift over. We'll take a 10-minute break just to get the witnesses to change over, and then we'll hear Mr. Dean's evidence in chief, and then we'll break for the day. So if we can start again at 4:15. Right, Mr. Elliott, do you want to introduce your witness?
Contrary to what I said earlier on, you probably realise I'm swithering a little bit, but I think Mr. Dean's requested. I think it's easiest for him to read out the recognitions and I'll interrupt for questions, but I can assure you it's not extensive questioning, so we should get through before we finish tonight. Mr. Deans.
Thank you. I am Alexander Deans. I am the Transport Planning Leader in Perth and Kinross Council. My evidence is related to the traffic and transport impacts of the Murray Royal planning applications 18/00094/IPM and 18/00408 FLM. This recognition is in part a summary of my inquiry statement and also expresses concern over the transport assessment prepared on behalf of the appellant. Introduction. The main issue is whether the appellant's transport assessment and supplementary reports are a robust review of the potential impacts of the proposed development on the operation of the existing traffic signalised bridge end junction in central Perth, effectively forming one end of the busy Perth Bridge. It is of note, as part of the existing local development plan to Scottish ministers, so as to minimise any future congestion and the quality impacts on the bridge end area of Perth, confirmed an embargo on further housing sites of 10 units or more in and around the Scoon area. Whilst the Murray Royal site is not part of the embargoed area, the impacts in terms of the addition and existing levels of traffic at Bridge End could be the same. It is of note that major housing proposals, including an existing LDP at Scoon North, Bertha Park and Almond Valley, all have consents linked to the committed scheme status of the Crossfield Link Road.
Could I just stop you there and ask, can you confirm those other schemes, which I understand to be very large schemes, those consents refer to committed CTLR, not the opening of CTLR?
Committed ground. The panoramics model has been used by the Council since 2003. Even at that point, the corridors feeding into Bridgend were heavily congested, especially during the AM and PM peak hours. Traffic in and around the city is to a large degree contained and constrained by the River Tay and the two bridges. An early large-scale study of the wider transport network in and around Perth was undertaken in 2008, and at that time inputs from the panoramics 2003 model highlighted some of the issues. Appendix 1, document CD 6.4, Perth and North Council, Traffic and Transport Issues, October 2010 by the Halco Group, highlighted the issue in paragraph 245, and I quote, the A93 and A94 from Scoon to the east side of Perth incurs delays and queuing at peak times, and long delays are evident on the inbound approach to Perth Bridge during both AM and PM peak periods. The outbound approach to Perth Bridge also incurs delays in the AM and PM periods, with significant queues at regular occurrence at Charlotte Street, Athol Street, Tay Street and George Street, which is the street just out here. Similar queuing and delay occurs at Queen's Bridge. I would suggest this statement is even more relevant today. The Bridgend current setup. The operation of the existing traffic signals at Bridgend has been reviewed many times. The current engineering view is that the junction is working at optimal given the constraints with high volumes of traffic, pedestrian facilities and the restricted general layout. It is possible to amend timings to suit one particular arm of the junction, but if the Council changed timings to give more time to Lockery Bray to accommodate development, it would only impact on the more heavily congested Gowrie Street, Dundee Road, Charlotte Street and the 93-94 Scoon Road.
If I could stop you there and ask, if the signalisation is already optimised, what does that mean for Lockery Bray at present?
It means the queue will pretty much remain as it is. It's certainly not going any better. The optimisation process basically works in trying to distribute the queues across the junction to minimise delays. The levels of traffic demand actually on the other legs of the junction are actually significantly greater than the Lockery Bray, so there'll always be a case that these arms will receive most of the green time.
Could I ask you, I think, take a step forward from that. If more time is given to Lockery Bray, what would happen? More green time is given to Lockery Bray.
You would just extend the queues on the other arms of the junction. Simple as that.
Okay.
It is also important to note that the city centre traffic signal junctions in the city are operated on an urban traffic control system called SCOOP. What this means is that through detectors and loops, the junctions effectively are linked with the system managing flows, delays and demand through an optimisation process.
Now, can I stop you there? Can you clarify, does that mean the SCOOT system manages the timing of the signals?
Yes, it does.
Okay.
In simplistic terms, traffic timings at Bridgend are largely constrained by what is happening at the downstream and the upstream junctions. In this case, the A93-94 junction and the signal junction at Charlotte Street on the other end of the bridge. Any meaningful improvements would either rely on a significant reduction in traffic volumes or additional space to improve flow and queue levels. As more land is unlikely to become available, it would be the reduction in volumes that is the only realistic option. The Council have been working towards a solution on this across the Link Road since 2008. Traffic turning counts at the junction have not altered significantly over time. Indeed, counts collated during the development of the updated Perth panoramics model in 2015 are marginally greater at Bridgend than an equivalent 2018 traffic count. This is relatively simple to explain in that the turning counts are what effectively the junction operation can cope with. But the real impact on this is that with overall network volumes higher, queue levels can increase. The Council has been made aware of issues for the school bus turning right from Muir Hall Road to Granky Road. We have also been made aware of issues on the narrow part of Lockery Bray with traffic jumping the queue, travelling down the wrong side of Lockery Bray and cutting into the keep clear into the left turn into the signals. This, as well as some vehicles meeting an offence, cutting the wrong way down back Wend in an attempt to completely miss the signals. The point of highlighting these issues is that they clearly demonstrate a level of frustration for the current conditions. Transport assessment concerns. The issue for the Council is whether the report is accurate. When the transport assessment came in, it became clear that transport officers considered it under-reported the issues. A site visit at peak times prior to producing the report would have highlighted the queuing issue. The transport assessment, for example, predicts a queue of 5 vehicles in Lochie Bray with the development. That does not reflect existing conditions. This is confirmed by the Community Council planning consultation response and further information.
Could I just stop you there? Could you just clarify or confirm that the planning consultation response was the one that we were looking at earlier this morning,
Yes.
and that was the IPN response. And when you refer to further information, that's the other information, sorry, that includes the photographs of observed queues.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
The Council independently surveyed junction counts and queue surveys in April 2018. The Lochie Bray queue in AM peak hour is significantly greater than 5 vehicles, which the observed surveys and further more detailed modelling work by the Council confirmed. The general thrust of the transport assessment is that the Bridgend junction works and the development has minimal impact. The technical note produced by the appellant consultants as part of Appendix 1 document CD 210 has the conclusion, I quote, "In conclusion, the results of this investigation indicate that firstly, the Linsig model is robust as an assessment tool, and secondly, introducing development-related trips to the latest traffic survey information indicates that the junction will continue to operate within capacity." This is the main point of contention for transport planning. For clarity, Linsig in this case has been used as a modelling tool to appraise the operation of a signal junction, and as such makes no and has no interaction with the surrounding parts of the network. The reality of the situation is the throughput of Bridgend Junction is constrained by the downstream junctions. The transport assessment does not show the junctions as being over capacity, as the demands only reflect what was counted crossing the stop line in the microsimulation model. The stop line flows will always be less than the theoretical capacity of the junction. Observation shows us in AM peak there is a queue from Charlotte Street to the A93-94 junction and beyond, and as traffic is blocked back through Bridgend, including occupying the yellow box, the long periods of available green time, traffic just sits there with nowhere to go. That is why the actual flows through the junction are low and the queues at all of the arms are long. This lack of interaction with other junctions is why in this case Linsig does not represent existing peak hour conditions. The reality is better represented by models which consider these wider junction interaction effects. During discussions on the methods of analysis, it was recommended that the consultants, although they had been given access to the 2015 base parametrics model, hold off until the Council had developed the 2019 future year traffic model, which, consistent with the likely year opening of the development, took account of all development anticipated traffic using agreed build-out rates. This would have included the Murray Rail development and given a wider network picture of the area around Bridgend. However, this option was not taken up. It is understood due to the appellant's timescales, and in place a simplified approach using an isolated junction analysis, Linsig, was used. It is the outputs of this that the Council has concerns over. The appellant's transport consultant in July 2017 did commission some work from the Council's consultant to maintain a traffic model using the base 2015 model, but this was not shown with the December 2017 transport assessment. Rather, it was submitted at a later date. This work added the Murray Rail development trips onto the base 2015 parametrics flows, although the Council had concerns in this report as to how the queue data was interpreted and reported. It became apparent that on review of the queuing figures set in the December 2017 transport assessment that there were significant concerns as transport officers are aware of existing issues of congestion. However, recognising that the site will ultimately not create any significant issues post-implementation of the CTLR, and recognising the listed building concerns, in order to try and expedite a solution to some of the traffic concerns, a meeting took place with the appellant's transport consultants. An email exchange of December 2018 is referred to Appendix 1 documents PKC 2. It was PKC witness Alex Dean's view that this meeting was productive, and his understanding that further work will be done by the transport consultant with a view to the Council supporting the application. As a result of this meeting, the Council committed to commission further work for the development of a 2019 model, but unfortunately the additional work expected from the consultant did not materialise.
Could I stop you there? When you're talking about additional work that didn't materialise, what additional work would that have been? What would it have involved? How long would it have taken?
This additional work would have involved looking potentially from in terms of the implementation of the cost-to link road, or the commitment to the cost-to link road, looking specifically at the listed building concerns in terms of putting some sort of phasing arrangement in place. The phasing arrangement would be linked with sustainable transport measures, and the theory was that the sustainable transport measures would mitigate the effect of the development trips, so there was no net detriment on the junction.
Okay.
Subsequently, with the 2019 future year model being available, Appendix 1, Documents PPA-1 Murray Oil Housing Development 6th April 2019, further testing has shown that even without the Murray Oil development, the model has predicted large queues on all arms of the junction in 2019. An additional test was also undertaken which looked at a 2023 model with the full Murray Oil development and included the opening of the CTLR.
But you just stop there. I don't want to go to the document, but just in general, can you confirm what the impact of CTLR will be?
Significant. It will be significant across the whole Perth city centre network.
Okay.
The rationale for using a 2019 future year model with regards to listed buildings was that with appropriate phasing and mitigation from 2019, by virtue of sustainable travel measures put forward by the consultant, the site may work with a no net detriment impact, i.e. the sustainable travel measures offset the anticipated impact from the listed building development trip, so the junction operates no worse than previous. I would still contend that this would have been a way forward for the listed building element of the site. The wider development site, however, would still need a commitment to the cost of the link road. In summary, the findings of the 2019 modelling in terms of queue length are more reflective of the recent visual surveys carried out in April 18 by the Council, which highlights considerable queuing on all arms of the junction. The 2023 test, however, shows queues significantly reduced following the opening of the cost of the link road. There would be no traffic concerns relating to development at that time. In conclusion, in the absence of the further work coming forward in relation to listed buildings, the Council has no effective means to assess how suitable sustainable measures would offer a no net detriment solution to the junction, and therefore, given the known issues of queue and congestion at the junction, it is difficult to propose a planning condition relating to sustainable measures with any confidence.
Just one more question. The survey by 28th and 21st of May 19, but I think we've heard and it's accepted there were roadworks on Apple Street at that time. Yes. If that's the case, well, it is the case, what is your view of the effect in the survey? Would you have pulled it, and if so, why?
The roadworks at Apple Street during that week were fairly significant. There was a major rerouting exercise within Perth City Centre, which was well advertised before. There was signs put up all key strategic points in Perth. I know the consultants made light of this in terms of potential any potential impacts at Bridgend. My view with these surveys would be effectively irrelevant. If it was a council survey, can I put it this way, we would have pulled it.
Okay. That's it, sir.
Okay, thank you. Just before I close, can I just canvass some opinion from the parties? In the event that we finish by dinner time on the traffic impact inquiry session, would the parties be happy to start the design hearing session on Wednesday afternoon? Would Council be happy with that? Committee Council? Would you have your people in place? Right. Well, I might have to do some extra homework tonight just to check that I'm ready for that. But that might be an option for us to pursue. Otherwise, thank you very much, everyone, and we'll meet again tomorrow at 9:30, and we'll resume with the cross-examination of Mr. Deans. Thank you very much.